Hello, 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 folks. How we doing today? Hope y'all are doing well. We're gonna get started here in about 1 minute. 1 minute countdown. Hope everybody's having a good weekend. Sorry, that was my dog. I've got a window open, so he's barking. Might have to shut the window if he's gonna bark. But it's such a nice day outside. It's raining. The birds are singing. So just wanted to have a nice open window. Shush, bud. Hassler says Simba bark. um, yeah, I miss hearing about Simba from Leon. My dog's name is Ben. Hey Hassler, I'm doing well. How are you? All right, let's go ahead and get into it. I hope everyone is doing well. Happy Sunday. Um, Happy Pride Month. I hope everybody's month of June is going well so far. Mine is, and it's a beautiful day outside. We're finally getting some rain. I'm hyped about that because it's been super dry where I live. Um, and so we're finally getting some rain, and all the plants are turning green again, which is great. Um, and, the fact that it's dry also somewhat pertains to today's topic that we're going to, or today's application that we're going to be building together. Um, so hopefully, this application can be helpful to some people. But before we get into that, I had a little housekeeping that I wanted to do with you guys. So, as some of you may be aware, Twitter is rapidly turning into a not so great place to be. Now, me personally, I haven't received any, harassment or anything like that on Twitter, but it's just not, not a super awesome place that I want to necessarily frequent as much. That doesn't mean I'm going to stop posting and announcing my streams there. But it does mean that I want to make sure that everybody is aware of alternative places to hear about my stream topics and any stream schedule changes. So if you are on the 100 Devs Discord, hey Ahmed, how's it going? If you're on the 100 Devs Discord, please make sure that you go up to channels and roles right up here and make sure that you go through all these things to personalize your Discord experience, and um, also make sure that you have personalized your go live notifications. So this will be, if you're worried about missing the start of the next cohort, this is where you want to be. um, I'm talking about Leon's classes here, not just mine, but talking all 100 devs classes, all stream team streams when Leon goes live, also, when myself and when Rufio goes live, please be sure to give them some love as well. So we have customizable notifications. You will get notified. I can notify all these, anybody who checks this box, I can notify you directly. So please do make sure you have these options selected. And this will also make sure that you don't miss out when the next cohort starts, if that's something you're concerned about. Oh, Dia just redeemed a name of foster kitten, and they chose Chicken 4. All right, all right. All the current foster kittens do have names. However, you will be first on the list when I get my next batch of foster kittens. So, next batch of foster kittens that come in, you have already claimed one and named one. Once I get them, I will show you their pictures, and you can pick which one you want to be named Chicken for. I'm curious, Dia, does the 4 have a particular significance to you? Oh, my family has 3 cats, all named Chicken. Okay, I like it. I like it. We're spreading the legacy. That's awesome. Oh, hey, Chempo, no worries. Hey, Chaotic. Ahmed, hi, guys. How's it going? Champo says I'm on my way home from the gym. Hey, that's awesome. Glad you're going to the gym. Yeah, no worries at all. Paradise says I'm still waiting on my blue sky invite. Yeah, me too. I don't know if I'll ever get one. I don't think I'm cool enough for that. Hey, Coludo, how's it going? I hope you're doing well. All right, let's go ahead and I'm going to turn on my closed captioner real quick because I always forget to do that. You'll have closed captions in a moment if that's something that you prefer or require. Come on, start captions. All right. Oh, thank you for the follow.
Fixie just followed.
Fixie. That's awesome. Thank you for the follow. Now you should be able to turn on captions if you want or need them. Also, you may have seen. Oh, Victoria.
Victoria Zero just followed.
Thank you for the follow, Victoria. Hope you're having a good day. Hey, Fosa. It has been a while. Good to see you, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Also, as you may have seen, Mubot just posted automatically in chat the GitHub repo for what we're going to be working on today. That is the completed code, which you are welcome to look at that at any time. We're going to be building this app from scratch, and I'm going to show you, how it works, and we're going to kind of just go through it from scratch, ground up, build it out. But if at any point maybe you came in a little late, or maybe you have to go and eat dinner or walk the dog or take care of a kid or a relative or whatever, that's perfectly fine. You can come back, you can look at the GitHub repo, and you can see anything and everything that you missed. So the completed code is already out there on my GitHub. Mubot is going to be posting it in chat every 5 minutes or something like that. So you can look at that repo at any point. Hey, oh, thank you, Chris. Glad to tune in for the first time. That's awesome. Well, you picked a good one. What we're going to be building today is a React app. And it's a fairly simple one, at least I think so. There's not a lot, it's not very deep. It's just more about continuing to reinforce those concepts that we keep practicing with React, talking about state, talking about props, talking about how we, put things in components, and just those basic React principles. But this time we get to add a little spice, a little zest of lime to the app, because we're going to be hooking it up to an outside API. And so I'm going to show you that in just a moment. We're hooking our app up to an outside API. We're getting some information, and then displaying that information in a lovely way using React. Hey, Sazzy, how's it going? All right, so I did my little housekeeping here. Just a reminder to go into channels and roles on the Discord, and make sure that you choose your preferences. There's a tons of things you can choose from to really personalize your experience on the Discord. Not least of which, knowing when Leon, myself, or Rufio goes live. So please make sure that you do that as well. All right, that's enough of that. Let's talk about what we're actually going to be doing today. So, what are we going to be doing today? Today, we are going to be building an air quality index checker. I'm going to make this bigger so we can see it. And you may have seen the GIF on Twitter. But essentially, what this is it's sort of a widget that allows you to type in a particular city and get the current air quality, like as of right now, for that particular city. And then, based on the level of severity, that the widget here is going to change the color, and it's also going to give you information. So it's going to give you the primary pollutant, so whatever is in the air in that particular location. And it's going to tell you a little bit about what that is, and what might cause it, right? Because you might be, if you type in your city and it's high and you weren't aware that the air quality was hazardous, like you probably want to know what's causing it, right? Like, why? What's going on? In the case of a lot of the eastern US right now, there's been a lot of wildfires that are that smoke is coming down from Canada. Air currents are blowing wildfire smoke down from Canada. So places that might not normally have air quality issues are dealing with hazardous air quality. So my region included. I'm not from a place that normally has poor air quality, but over the past week or so, it's been a trip. Bad air quality. So that's what inspired me to create this app. And a lot of the times when I go to like government websites or stuff like that that shows you air quality, they tell you what the primary pollutant is, but like, what the frick is this? PM 25? That doesn't mean anything, right? That, to me as a layperson, that means nothing. And so I think for me, my favorite part about this is this part here where it says, hey, here's what this is actually is. Um, cause the air to these particles reduce visibility, cause the air to appear hazy, and they can be a result of burning fossil fuels and chemical reactions. Whoa, Kasava! Thank you for the Prime sub. I really appreciate it. That's awesome.
Saba52 just subscribed with Prime.
Thank you so much. 7 months. Wow. Thank you so much, Kasava. That's amazing. And the great thing about Prime is that it doesn't cost Kasava anything. That is free for them to do, which is my favorite kind of expense is when something is free. Yeah, I am says it says air quality hasn't been great in the Midwest. Absolutely. Yeah. So if we like let's type in how about Detroit? Yeah. So here we can see, it's in the yellow zone. And if we scroll down here, I've got a little table where it says, here's where we're at. It's in the moderate air quality section. And it was worse, earlier in the week, but things have started to clear up a little bit. However, if we type in something like Seattle, which is in Washington, the state of Washington. For those of you who aren't in the U.S., it's a little confusing. Not Washington, D.C., where the president lives, but the state of Washington. Seattle is on the far west coast of the U.S., and there we can see that the air quality index is good there, and that's green. Also, in other places such as Tokyo, we can see that when I checked at earlier today, Tokyo was in the green, but now it's in the yellow. So this is real time data that's being updated in real time, which I think is pretty neat. And also, too, if you happen to spell it wrong, so if I spell Seattle with one T, it'll also just give you a little error message saying, hey, maybe you spelled it wrong. Oh, thank you, Kasaba. So yeah, that's kind of what we're going for here. Any questions on this before we get started? Feel free to ask questions at any point, but just want to make sure there was nothing that we needed to clear up before we got started. Also, too, let me type in another real quick here. So all of this is coming from an API. All this air quality information is coming from an API. However, the air quality levels and the pollution information, those aren't in the API. They're going to be hard coded. So please do take this with a grain of salt. I spot checked it as much as I could, but this isn't. Don't consider this to be scientific data or anything like that. There may be inaccuracies in the descriptions and things like that. So just a little covering my butt there. Hey, Tofa, welcome to the stream. You haven't missed anything at all. We're just doing an introduction to the project that we're going to be working on today. So we haven't finished it. This is the finished product that I show you first, and then we're going to go and we're going to build it from scratch. So you came in at just the right time, Tofa. It's good to have you here. All right, I'm not seeing any questions, so we'll go ahead and get started. Tofa says, is it okay to follow if I've never used React before? Absolutely. We tend to go fairly slowly. I'll try to, ask the clarifying questions of the group. We'll review some of the concepts that we have learned with React. And also, too, as Mubot just posted in chat there, the finished code is already out there for you to look at. So if at any point you get behind, something isn't working quite right, you can always go out to the finished code on the GitHub and, and match it up or even just clone it down. The Gospel of
The
Weeb.
Gospel of Weeb just followed.
Oh, that's a great username. I love that. Thank you for the follow. All right, so how are we getting this information? The first thing we're going to have to do is figure out what API we're using. Actually, I can just click this link down here. Figure out what API we're using, and I wanted to open that in a new tab. Hang on. There we go. What API we're using and how it works. Whenever you want to, start using a new API, the first thing you have to know is, okay, how am I going to interact with it? Does it have the data that I want? And then how do I send requests to that API? Hey, chat, how's it going? Chat underscore. All right, good to see you. So this is the air quality. What is it? What's this organization's name? Hang on, sorry. It is what are they called? citizen weather observer program. I'm trying to give them appropriate credit here. World Air Quality Project. That's it. This is the World Air Quality Project's API. So it's data that's gathered from weather stations around the world, capturing air quality information, and they have an API. So they have several different APIs actually that you can access in various different ways to get whatever kind of information you want about the weather. Hassler says, what will then be the spices that were just talked about in the beginning? Spices. What did I say about spices? You got to remind me. I'm sorry. I love spices. They're delicious. So we have a few different APIs here. And the first one is, you can access a map tile API. So if you want to make a visual display of different air qualities in the vicinity, you can do that. They actually have a built-in widget that you can add to your like existing website. It's like a little self-contained widget. It's got all sorts of weather information. You can add that. But today we're going to be using their custom JSON API. And so what this API does is it just returns our good old friend JSON information in our familiar JSON format as objects. And then we can take those objects and pull only what we want and need out of those objects in order to build our custom app. And what's nice is that, like with most APIs, they have documentation to tell us how to use it. Oh, I said I was going to add some spices onto the app. Okay, yes, that's right. Sorry. Thank you for reminding me. Yes, so previously when we've worked with React, we've only done front end apps with React. We haven't, by front end, I mean things like using local storage. And, we haven't done anything that actually interfaces with any kind of a back end. And so today, what we're going to be doing is for the first time, we're going to be building a React app on Stream here that actually interfaces with an API. And sometimes we can build our own APIs, but in this case, I wanted to use an existing API to get this scientific data. So this is for the first time we're actually going to be interfacing. We're going to be doing a fetch against an existing API to get some data. I am Sazzy says, okay, so folks use the APIs that are best suited for the project they're working on. I didn't know there were multiples that displayed data in different ways. Yeah, yeah. And that's not true of every single API. But some APIs, such as this one, offer different ways to interface with it. And as we'll see in the documentation, there's even different ways that you can do fetches against it. So some APIs are like this one are very robust and allow you to interact with it in a lot of different ways via a lot of different methods. So for example, if you just want a widget, like if you just have an already existing website and you just want to add a little air quality widget, it's pre-built. You don't have to do it yourself. You can just, slap it on an existing website. But for educational purposes, we're going to be doing it the manual way, and we're going to be pulling out specific information that we want from this API. So let's go ahead and look at the documentation. And like a good API, this one actually does have documentation. Some of them don't, but it tells you exactly how to interact with it. So in this case, there's several different ways. The first one is to get the city feed, which is this is the one we're going to be using. It's the city station feed, and it tells you the format of how to interact with it. So you get the feed, you put in city, and then you have to have an API token. And that's pretty standard, right? APIs generally will give you a token to interact with the API, and I'll show you how to get that in just a minute. And you can also, there's you can specify the city, you have to give your token, you can specify a callback if you want. So as an example, for a request that contains, a token and the city of Shanghai, you get a ton of different fields back. And we're not going to use all these, but you get a ton. So you get, a data object which contains IDs, air quality index, time, city, and it gives you an example of some of the error messages that you might receive. Uh, and then it even allows you to make a test, like a demo request, a sample request. I'm going to pull this over a little bit. There we go. So you could even make a sample request to the API if you wanted to. You can talk to it as far as give it a latitude and longitude. Um, you can even have it get the user's location. So based on whatever the current GPS data is for that user, you can just say here, and it will give you the information from the closest weather station. Um, and latitude, longitude. Yeah, so they give you a bunch of different ways to do it, and even like a name search. So you can even do a search on a specific keyword, and get information back there. Yeah, kind of like building with Lego pieces. Absolutely. This looks a little bit daunting, but it's okay. I already know the specific way that we're going to interact with this API. I've tested it. We saw it works. So I'm just showing you here that there's a lot of different ways that you can get information out of an API like this. And a good API like this gives you the opportunity to. Thank you, Matt.
Matt Go Slow just followed.
Gives you the opportunity to do test requests and see what you get back. So that's appreciated. But we're gonna interact with this API using the very first method, which is the essentially the city station feed. Okay, so the next thing to do is to get a token for this API. It requires that in order for you to interact with it because they don't want people just flooding the API with nonsense. So if you want to code along today and get your app working as well, you will also need to get a token. So I will show you how to do that. Let's see. I think is there a link on this page? I'll give you the URL for the. I'll give the URL for the token as soon as I find it. Here we go. Data platform token page. All right. So I'm just going to spam the token, spamming the token URL there in chat. So if you want to get a token, you need to just enter your name and email. You can use a burner email. Really, it's just they're going to have you confirm your email address, and then you'll get taken to a page with your token. So that just takes a minute to do. I'm going to give folks, a minute to do that if they want to. If you don't want to, that's perfectly fine. You can still follow along and and practice the as a coding exercise. Oh, Tame Mister, thank you. Wow, 11
Mister
months.
just subscribed for 11 months.
Thank you so much, Tame Mister. I really appreciate it. So let me know when you guys get your token. You'll want to copy and paste that somewhere on a notepad or someplace because we're going to be using it in a minute. But just let me know when you have it. I'll give folks a minute to do that. Got it. Okay, we got some folks saying they got it. Thank you, Liz. Thank you, Arwen. Good stuff. Yeah, just make sure you copy that down and save it somewhere. Thank you, I am Sazzy. Thank you, Chris. Got it. I love the enthusiasm. All right. Thank you. Get it. Thank you, Layla. All right. We'll go ahead and keep going. Once again, the GitHub repo, the finished code is going to be posting in chat every few minutes. So if you do get behind, you can always catch up by looking at the finished repo. All right. So I already have. Let me rearrange my windows here again. Let's see. Here we go. So I already have my basic folder created here. This is just an empty folder, and you can call it whatever you want. I called mine AQI app demo. Hey, drunk Cocoa Grandma, we go get indeed. Yes. So I have mine already set up. So now let's go ahead and initialize our React application. Thank you, Paradise. You got it. Awesome. So in the past, we've built React apps in several different ways. For our most recent one, which was the kitten store that we did a couple weeks ago, which was super fun. Really enjoyed that. All right. Thank you, Chaotic. That's awesome. Glad you got it. Um, so we've done it a couple different ways, right? So we've used Vite, but some folks aren't super comfortable with using all these extra tools and things such as Vite and like TypeScript and things like that. So I figured for this app, we would just kind of go back to basics, go back to the things that people are kind of comfortable and familiar with, and show that we can still accomplish the same stuff. Even with just going back to basic principles. So if I wanted to just create a React app without installing anything else first, um, what's a way that I could do that? I'm going to give you a hint here. I'm going to open my terminal. I'm going to open Git Bash here. So what's a way that I can just immediately fire up a React application from the terminal without installing anything else first? Does anybody remember? We haven't done it in a while. Ah, yes. So, yep, Bob says, yep, exactly. Yes. So the quickest way to get up and running with a React application is by using npx create React app and then whatever you want to name your application. And so that's how we're going to do it today. It's a perfectly valid way to do it. So that's what we're going to use today. So I just opened my terminal. I'm using Git Bash. You can use whatever you're comfortable with, but npx and also too, I'm making sure that I'm inside of my folder, right? First thing, and I'm just going to use npx create React app, and then I'm going to just name my app air quality checker. Yeah, we'll call it that. And that's all you need to do. And it starts creating my app. It's going to install everything that I need. We can see here it's created a kind of a subfolder for me here with the name that I specified, and it's installing a bunch of packages. Junk says, I was thinking npm create Vite at latest. Yeah, you could absolutely do that as well. We've done the last couple in Vite. The last couple of React apps that we built, we have done them in Vite. But today we're just going to do create React app, back to basics. Michael PC Gamer says, "Is this the GPT day?" Oh, you mean doing a build with ChatGPT? We're gonna. Well, I'll tell you, I did use ChatGPT for part of this and I'll tell you the specific spot where I used ChatGPT. But we're not doing a GPT led build today. I would still like to. But I wanted to build this air quality index checker given recent events with the wildfires. But we will be doing that absolutely. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, we are going to be doing that again. Absolutely, that was somebody actually just contacted me on Twitter about doing a Twitter space with talking about building stuff with ChatGPT, which I thought was pretty cool. I'm seeing if I get it. I'm curious if I hear back from them. Um, yeah, wow, your sky was orange a couple days ago, Michael. That's amazing. Like not in a good way, like in a whoa, holy crap kind of a way. Man. Okay, so Create React App has finished creating my React app. Now, it's always important to remember you have to do a couple things. The first and most important thing that you need to do is go ahead and CD or change directory into the app that it has just created for you. So I'm going to go ahead and do CD air quality. Oops, I can't spell quality checker. And now you can see that I have CD'd into that particular folder. You need to be in there in order to actually start working with stuff in the terminal. Now we can test and make sure that everything installed correctly by also just saying npm start. And it should fire that up in a new window here on the right. Hooray! Yes. All right. So Create React App has successfully created our app and it's running on localhost 3000. So now we can go ahead and make whatever changes we want. And we know that React is going to successfully be able to display those changes. Okay. So I'm going to close, well, I'm going to keep this window open for now, but I'm going to do Control C to kill the app for now because we're going to be deleting a bunch of stuff and I don't want it to be throwing a bunch of errors. So I'm just going to do Control C and shut it down. Um, and then I'll fire it back up again when we're ready to start testing some stuff. I'm also going to just reload that so I get a disconnect message. Perfect. Okay. All right, now let's go ahead and open up our app here and see what we're dealing with as far as folders. Now, Create React App is going to install a bunch of stuff for you by default. It's going to, add a bunch of files and folders, and we do not need all of these. So we're going to clear a few of them out. But it has given us a lot of helpful things, such as a README file, a git ignore, and our package.json where we install packages. So let's look inside of public. All right. And inside of source. So inside of public, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of everything except for index.html. And I'm going to double check that against the finished project here to make sure I don't, tell you to get rid of something you shouldn't. But we're going to get rid of everything except for index.html. So boop, delete, delete, delete. See, a lot of this is just logos and default stuff. Delete, delete. And then we're also going to make index.html a lot simpler. We'll do that in just a minute. I'm not going to do it just yet. And so now down inside of our source file, we're going to leave app.css. We're also going to leave app.js. We can get rid of app.test. And I don't think we don't need index.css either. We're going to be using Bootstrap, baby, the best styling solution. And we're going to leave index.js. We can get rid of this logo. We can get rid of report web vitals and set up tests. All right, so with that, and now you can see what files we have left. That might be easier for you to look at. You can zoom in a little bit more here. There we go. Now you can see these are the only files we have left that we're going to work with. We're going to be adding some files to this, but this is what we're going to start with. Champo says, what else do we need to download in the terminal? Nothing. As long as you did npx create-react-app and then gave it a name. And I'll scroll back up to show you that command again. So Champo, you can see here, this is the command that we used, npx create-react-app. And then what I did here, this is just the name that I chose for it. You can name your app whatever you like. I named it Air Quality Checker, but whatever you want, you can name it. You can see then it takes that name and it applies it up here. Jimbo says everything is taking long to download. Yeah, depending on your internet connection, it might be taking a while. I can pause here for just a second and make sure that, for folks who are still waiting on that download to happen, that you have a chance to catch up here. So let me know if you're still waiting on it. I know Chanpo is. Also, too, once it's done, it'll tell you it's done. It'll say you can now view, your app in the browser, and it'll tell you where it is. So it'll tell you when it's done. Oh, something about Babel preset React app is importing. Babel failed to compile. Oh, that should be fine. You should be okay. I don't think it's going to hurt anything, but we'll find out if it does. I think I got that error too when I was originally working on this, but you should be all right. Hassler says, why don't we want to use Tailwind today? Because I kind of want to go back to fundamentals. We've been using a lot of, fancy helpers, for the past few apps, which are really fun to do. But some folks, they are hesitant about TypeScript and Vite and all these extra things that we're adding on top of a React. And so I kind of wanted to take a step back and show that we can still build stuff with just basic React and JSX, and just really only just using Bootstrap for styling. Um, so sometimes it's good to take a step back, and help folks who are still kind of getting up to speed with React, make sure that to give them something that's accessible to them. You said post it in chat, Champo? Yeah, that's fine. Should be able to just do that. So that's the command there, Champo. And if you open up the GitHub repo, it should also give you that command in the README as well. Well, no, wait. No, actually, I won't. Sorry, that was wrong. So just use the command that I posted in chat. npx create React app, and then that second thing there, air quality checker, that's just the name that I chose for this app. You can choose whatever name you want. All right, I'm going to assume that folks have their create React app done, and just kind of go through and do the cleanup that we did. When you're done, you should have just index.html under public, um, and under source, you should just have app.css, app.js, index.js, and then leave these other files alone down here. Now, we're gonna then go back into each of these files and do a little cleanup in here as well. Because if you try to run this right now after we deleted all that stuff, after we deleted all those extra files, it's not going to work because we just deleted a bunch of stuff, right? And so we're going to need to go in here and do a little bit of cleanup as well. And Drunk says, so used to npm run dev instead of npm start. I did check the package.json file. Yeah, that's a great point. If an app isn't working the way you expect, like if you're not able to start it, you might just be using the wrong command as well. But don't try to start it just yet. We gotta do some cleanup first because these files are trying to reference some of the stuff we just deleted. And if you're wondering, and also just as a little note, in create React app, after you create it, it gives you the different commands that you can use. So npm start starts the development stirrer, npm run build does the bundling for you, npm test, npm run eject. Most of the time, you're going to be using just npm start to run your app. So just FYI, it does try to help you out a little bit there and gives you the commands you can use. All right, let's go into these and do some cleanup. So we'll start in our index.html. And, you can see there's a bunch of stuff here. Really, I'm just going to get rid of everything in the head. I know this isn't exactly kosher. I could actually probably just go up to, yeah, I'll go up to like here, to the right up to the end of the meta tag, and I'll just get rid of that. I think that should be fine. So I'm gonna keep the closing head tag and just get rid of everything up to that bottom of that meta tag there. So leaving the other stuff, and then in the body, I'm gonna get rid of all these comments here, and there we go. So now that's a lot cleaner. We'll see when we run it if I need to get rid of anything else, but that should be all right. So we just kind of kept only the meta tags in the head, and then took all the comments out of the body, so that way it's much easier to see what's in there. Now you'll notice that we did leave this div. This div is really important. This is the div that our React is going to kind of like attach itself to. This is the root of the tree. This is the root of the element tree that React uses. Now, if you were in my previous streams on React, if you went through the review of the React docs, you'll recognize that that the tree structure that React follows when it hooks up components to various elements in the DOM. And so this is the root of that tree, where the tree starts, and then every other component and nested element and stuff like that just branches out from the root of this tree. So literally called root because it's the root of the tree. All right, so that's all we need to do in index.html. And let's go into app.css. For now, I'm just going to clear everything out of here. So app.css is going to be blank for now. We're going to be putting something in there in a little while, but for now, going to be blank. All right. And app.js, I'm going to get rid of this import logo statement because we deleted that, but I'm going to leave the import app.css statement. And then in my function app here, this is our main app component. Let's see. I'm going to, for now, I'm just going to get rid of everything in here inside the return statement. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll just get rid of everything in here for now. And instead, I'm just going to add an H1, maybe, if Emmett's going to cooperate. Oh, come on. All right, fine. I'm going to get rid of everything in there, and I'm just going to say hello world and save that. All right. So we've really cleaned that up a lot. And index.js, we're almost done. Index.js, I don't think I need to do too much here. Import React DOM, app. Oh, and I am going to get rid of this import report web vitals. Okay. I think I can leave everything else alone here. Oh, and the last thing I need to do is I'm going to get rid of these comments. So everything below this create root statement. All right, Jill, anybody need me to go through that again? I'm happy to go through that again and show you each file and make sure that we got everything cleared out. Let me just do a quick test on this and make sure that it's going to work. There are no guarantees. Okay. Oh, index.css. I missed one.
Balagun_Yusuf just followed.
Oh, thank you, Balagun. Thank you. I got it. Oh, I missed this index.css import right here. All right, last one. See if that works. Oh, there we go. Okay, it's working. Thank you, Liz. Yeah, you caught it before I did. Thank you, Liz. You're on the ball. So now we can see our app is running. It's been cleaned up with just hello world. App.js? Yeah, sure. So in app.js, you can see that I deleted essentially all the imports except for app.css. So on line 1, I deleted an import statement there. And then inside of our app, I deleted everything inside the return statement and just replaced it with an H1. Ryan says, how do you know what to cut out? Are they things you realize you didn't need after you first built this? Yeah, that's a great question. So essentially, yes. When I first built this, a lot of the times in like tutorials and stuff, they'll just go through and clean everything out right away because they already know what they don't need, right? But when I built the first version of this, I left most of it in place. And cut things, like replace things with my actual code as I went. And then when I finished, I just did a bunch of cleanup and blitzed a bunch of those logo files and all that stuff. And that's a valid way to do it too. I figured that would be too confusing if we start out with a bunch of extra files and you're trying to determine which files are valid and which aren't. So I just decided to go ahead and do the cleanup up front with you guys. But when I built it originally, I just kind of left most of it in place and then just killed things as I didn't need them. Yeah, I can go to, which one do you want? So Chanpo, we deleted index.css. So that one doesn't exist anymore. Are you talking index dot, which one do you want me to go to? Which one do you need, Chanpo? Index.js or index.html? It's okay if you deleted one. No, it's okay. You can add it back. There's nothing wrong. Which one did you delete? Index.js. Okay, yeah. So you can go to the GitHub repo and just like rename rename index.css to index.js and go to the GitHub repo and just copy all of this like out of the repo and just dump it in there and save it and you're good to go. Hey, Fuel Snabble, how's it going? We're just setting up our React app to build an air quality app. Yeah, so this is what we're building. It's an air quality checker. It tells you the air quality for a given city and information about the pollutants, which is very relevant to me because I live in one of those areas that has had some fallout from the Canadian wildfires. So, yes, I should have bought an air purifier last month, but I didn't. Dr. Moda says the air you breathe is dangerous. Yeah, yeah. Sometimes it is, right? Which is why it's just good to be aware of days when you're able to spend more time outside and days when you should stay inside. Obi-Wan,
Just followed.
thank you for the follow. All right. So now we're kind of set up. Oh, Champa says, lol, I'm from Canada. It's been raining on Ontario. Oh, well, I hope the rain helps take some of that stuff out of the air. Fuel Snobble says, speaking of GitHub, I was reviewing some candidates the other day. I noticed one of them listed GitHub and had an active history. I double checked what he was doing, and each day he just added a character to a file called justkeepgoing.txt. That's friggin' amazing. I actually love that. I bet he's just doing like tally marks to like count how many days he's like working on stuff. That's awesome. I actually love that. It's great. You're one of those. You're one of the few folks I think that actually would like double check something like that. It is brilliant. Yeah, I love it. I hope you didn't give him a bad mark for that, because I love that. Oh, good. You're gonna bring him in for an interview? Yes. I'm so glad you said that. I was hoping you would say that. All right. So I gave folks a few minutes there to catch up. Any questions on our kind of our starting point before we actually get into this and figure out, start actually building out the structure of our app. Don't hate the player. Absolutely. That's a great mentality to have. That's how you're going to get good candidates. All right. Feel free to ask questions at any time. Um, for now, let's go ahead and take a look at our app.js. This is actually where we're going to build out kind of the bird's eye view of the order our components are going to display on the page. So app is what's going to render like as our main page, and then what we're going to do is we're going to build components to go inside of here, and so our app component is going to call several additional components to display on the page and re-render those components as needed. Dr. Moto says there's something that will go through my GitHub repos and delete commits with swear words. Yeah, I think one thing that Leon has always said is that you got to try to avoid. It's tempting, but you got to try to avoid doing commits with swears because you never know if you make it public. You never know who's going to look at it. Yeah, I'm sure there's probably some tool out there that can do it. I'm sure you're not the only one. Bob says, do you initialize the Git repo on the air quality checker folder or the AQI app demo folder? So the nice thing is, so as you can see here from my from these little symbols here on the left side of my VS Code, if you did create React app, it will automatically initialize a Git repo for you, a local repo. So it's not going to put it out on GitHub for you, but it has initialized the local repo for you already, so you don't need to do it again. And I can tell that based on these little symbols here, which show that we're on branch main. Yeah, exactly. It's easy to miss. But yeah, you can tell from the symbols and from the fact that these things that I've made changes to are kind of a tan color. That shows that there's uncommitted changes and we're ready. They need to be committed. They've been modified and they need to be committed to our main branch when we're ready. Not symbols like instruments, symbols like letters. Yeah. Good question though, Bob. I'm glad you brought that up. That's one of those things that's easy to miss. But it and you can see here it's also created our get ignore file for us as well.
Kasich team just followed.
Thank you, Cassie. All right, let's get started. Um, so I'm going to look at the finished. No, it's all good, Bob. That's a great question. I'm glad you asked. Um, so I'm going to look at the finished product here, and we've talked a little bit about like thinking in React, not a ton. So I think this is good to practice. Let's think in React by looking at the finished product first and seeing how we might break it apart into individual components that make sense. Oh, hey, Chris. Yeah, Chris, I owe you a poll. We're going to do that at the first break, okay? Um, New follower vocalizer. Yeah, I know, right? Trying to make things more accessible for those that just listen to the stream and uh, don't watch it visually. I know a lot of folks listen to it while they're doing other things. So let me know if you guys like it, if you hate it. Either one is fine. All right, so let's look at the finished product here, and let's see if we can identify some individual components. Um, what do y'all think? What do y'all think would be some good places where we could have individual components? What things do you think should be individual components by looking at the finished product? You can think about it in terms of display, in terms of what things might need to be re-rendered at a given point. What do y'all think? Kimmark says search bar. Yeah, that's a great, that this should definitely be a component. Absolutely. Yep. Our search bar should be a component. Um, yeah, search, the location, the level, and then the info. Yeah, I think each of these that are inside of a card should be their own component. I agree with that assessment. I agree with that. Yeah, and that's what most folks are saying. The components. Yep. Bob says, "Do you make the individual buttons components or no?" In this case, we're not going to. But if you were, because we only have one button here. But if you had a page where you had a bunch of buttons, I think that would be a great idea to make even this button an individual reusable component, because that would allow you to just slap it down wherever you need it, give it certain behavior, that kind of thing. Everything with a border. Yeah, basically, really. We're going to have our search form here with the search button be a component. We'll have all this stuff in here be a component. The pollutant information be a component. And because if we think about it in terms of, it's kind of a softball. That's kind of a softball question here because everything is very split out, into individual cards. But if you think about it in terms of how things are going to render and when they're going to render, it makes sense, right? So if I do let's see, if I do New York here, you'll notice that the information in this box changes, but the primary pollutant information is still the same. So that doesn't need to re-render. So we're saving resources here by making this its own component, which doesn't have to re-render. And this is obviously not going to re-render. So the only thing that changes on the page here is, essentially what we typed in the box and then the information that comes back. So that makes it much more compact. We don't need to reload the whole page. We don't need to reload more than we absolutely have to. Yeah. So I think I agree with everybody's assessment about what we need to have as individual components. Ewan says there will be some kind of empty state in case of no data to show. Yep, we're going to do some error handling as well because this API, I love it. I think it has so much data in it, but there's some pitfalls as far as cities not having information. Certain cities not it being very easy to spell something wrong. So if I spell it something like New York or something, I don't know, and do a search, we have to handle that, right? Because the API is not going to give a valid response. And so we're going to do some error handling, some custom error handling, and handle that. Yeah, they said, somebody said do it with no capitals. Yep. And that works as well. So this API does handle capitals and lowercase, but another thing we'll find out is that it doesn't handle spaces. So I'm doing correction behind the scenes to pass spaces correctly to the API. So we'll see that in a little bit. But yeah, that's one thing you have to be aware of with these APIs is what information do they accept, and what information are they not going to understand, and you have to do conversion on the client side. That happens a lot. You'll have, can it handle spaces? Can it handle periods? Can it handle, capital letters, lowercase letters, special characters, that kind of thing. So we are going to do some error handling and some sanitization of our inputs on our side. New Year. Dr. Motor, are you an Animorphs fan by any chance? I'm just curious. Ewan says, in some kind of loader. Um, we're really, all we're doing is just kind of using like default fetch and,
You
default
just
form, default
followed.
fetch. We're not getting too crazy with it. Default form, but with some error correction on the input, and then just doing a fetch on the API. Well, we'll get there, I promise. Thank you for the follow, Miran. Dr. Moto says, "Not those covers spooked me out too much." I was just curious because you said, yeah, Yerk. That's the main villain in Animorphs. I'm curious if anybody else was an Animorphs fan out there. I love those books. They were great. Cassie and Rachel were the best. Okay, so now we kind of know, what components we're gonna have. So let's see if we can start putting. I think the first thing I want to do is I do want to go ahead and see if I can hook up to the API and get some information back. Because if that's working properly and we get errors down the line, that tells us it's our problem and not the API's problem. So, first off, let's see if we can hook up to our API. So, I think the first thing I'm going to do is set up our fetch to the API. John Coco Grandma says, "Was that the show where a kid was stuck as a bird?" Um, yeah. So in the books, Tobias, one of the Animorphs, got stuck as a red-tailed hawk, like permanently. Um, and yeah, there's a whole bunch of. I could go into the lore, but yeah, that's basically in the books. He was stuck as a hawk. I assume in the show as well. Yeah, it was a whole big thing. Oh, thank you, Poison Wolf, from a fellow, wolf to wolf. Thank you, Poison Wolf. I am well, thank you. All right. So let's see if we can hook up to the API. Miran says, "Is this a teaching stream, or are we just being super descriptive as we build just to be inclusive?" Uh, oh, thank you, Poison Wolf, for
X
the follow.
Poison Wolf 666XX just followed.
This is a teaching stream. I've already built the app, and then now we're going through it again to practice the fundamentals of React, and we're going through it together as a group to practice some fundamentals of React, and get folks more comfortable with building stuff and hooking up to APIs. Ewan says, "These kind of projects to replicate are so funny, I can't find them. I only find admin dashboard things." Well, that's because I built this from scratch. So that's probably why. Excuse me, I need to sneeze. Goodness. All right. So, first thing I need to do is I'm going to build a function that's going to make a call out to the API and see if we can get some data back. So, I'm going to call it get error quality. And when we're working with, oh, thank you, Daughter House.
Daughter House just followed.
Thank you, Daughter House. Now, when we're working with APIs and kind of outside data sources, what type of function do we normally want to use? How do we want to build our function?
Raw already pants 2 just followed.
Dr. Moto says voice synth is Streamlabs thing. Actually, I'm not using Streamlabs. I'm using Twitch Studio. They just recently introduced voice captioning for on-screen alerts. So I think that's a nice feature. Good for accessibility. Chima says, can I follow this class on your YouTube channel? Yeah, absolutely. Do exclamation point YouTube in chat for a link to my YouTube channel. I'm going to be loading some new stuff, some of my latest stuff to there here this weekend if I remember. If not, then in the coming week. Yeah, we could do an async function. Um, and yeah, and I think async is probably the way to go here. We could do traditional promises if we wanted, but I think the best, if we want to use sort of more modern JavaScript syntax, then I think doing an async function then using await to await the response from the API is going to be the best way to proceed. But yeah, async await is what you're going to want to do in general when you're talking to outside data sources that might take a while to respond. Um, yeah, and we're not going to use Axios. We could though. There's nothing wrong with that. But we're just going to do async. And then when I'm interfacing with this API, I know that it's been a little while since we talked about it, but does anybody remember? Well, I guess in general, what are we passing in to this API? What are we giving it to interact with to give us the result that we want? Some sort of fetchy deal. Yeah, we're gonna do. Yeah, exactly. We're gonna just use fetch. That's so fetch. Yeah, we're going to, in basic terms, we're going to be giving it the city. And so in order for this function to work, I need to pass in a city, right? In order to just, for this function to function, I need to pass in a city. I'm going to make this a little bigger here. So we expect this function to take in a city and then do stuff with it. All right, now it's possible that I could talk to this API and not get a valid response back. It's possible I could get an error, right? So, what's the best way for me to handle that error inside of the function? What should I use? What should I put inside of this function to make sure that I can attempt to talk to the API and then handle any errors that might come back? Yeah, y'all saw where I was going with that. I love it. I didn't want to say try, but yes, we're going to try and then we're going to catch, you know, any errors. Catch, right? We're going to use what's called a try catch block, which hopefully y'all are familiar with. All right, so first thing we're going to do is we're going to try to talk to the API. All right, so I'm going to say const response. This is what I'm going to be getting back from the API, and I'm going to await that response.
Poetic meets
Thank
just
you,
followed.
Poetic. I'm going to await that response. Remember, if we're using async await, if we're using async, we need to be awaiting something. And so what I'm awaiting is that fetch from the API. So I'm going to do a fetch, not fetch, fetch. All right. My fetch is then going to be to the correct URL. Now, I will give you this URL. You can find it in the documentation. What URL to hit? Did I get out of that? Where did it go? Oh, it's in the documentation. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, so we can see the URL that we're going to hit is right here, and it tells you, we can copy and paste it, and we're going to replace this hard-coded city name with a variable, right? We're going to replace this hard-coded city name with a variable, whatever city we pass in, and then we're going to replace the token with our actual token. Hey, Poetic, welcome to the stream. Catch or catch not, there is no try. We're going to keep on trying until we get it. Catch not makes it alias tries catch not. That's awesome. So we can copy this URL. I'll also drop it in chat in just a second here once we clean it up a little bit. So I'm going to take my fetch. I'm going to make it into a string. Oh, boop, just like that. There we go. And now I'm going to replace this hard-coded city with my city variable. And in order to do that, oops, I need to do this properly. If I want to use a template literal, I need to use these little tick marks, right? I'm going to replace the hard-coded city with a template literal for the city that I'm passing in. And then I'm also going to replace this demo token with my actual token. So if you got the token before, you should have gotten the token when you signed up for the API. You can, if you want, you can just paste your token right in here. That's up to you. You can just drop it straight in. However, normally, if we're pushing things to GitHub and making things public, what do we want to do with information such as private keys and passwords? Well, how do we handle those? Yeah, if you're not pushing this to GitHub and you're just going to use this for personal use, then yeah, just drop it in, whatever. But what do we want to use if we want to protect sensitive information? Yeah, we're going to use an environment variable, environment file. Awai says, hey, Maya, when should a person use libraries like Axios for a request? I think so. I actually really haven't made much use of Axios because I find that like I can do fetches and stuff just with built-in fetch commands. But I'm curious for someone out there who's more familiar with Axios. When do you prefer it? What else does it give you outside of the standard fetch JavaScript method? Yeah, we can use environment variables, right? Yeah. So and what we're going to do here is we're going to set up our environment variables, and then we're going to take a break because I need to do a poll because I know Crispy Nugget is just hanging on to see the results of the poll there. So and it is break time anyway. So we are going to set up this URL with our environment variable, and then we'll take a break. Now, normally, if we were doing environment variables inside of a regular JavaScript application, what we would do is we would install .env, right? We would need to install a specific package to handle those environment variables. However, since we're using Create React App, it has the ability to handle environment variables already. We don't need to install .env. You can, but we can handle environment variables already. And I'm going to show you how to do that. So first thing I'm going to do here is at the root of my project. So I'm going to go up to, my basic, the root of my project here. Make sure, be careful you're not putting this in a folder. Go up to the root of your project and add a new file and just create it like you normally would, .env. And then inside,
Gerald Chima just followed.
thank you, Gerald. And then inside of your .env file, you're going to create a new variable. Now, notice that my variable here starts with React underscore app underscore. That is important. That is how Create React App is able to read these environment variables. You can call your variable whatever you want, AQI app token, whatever. It just needs to start with React underscore app underscore. Okay? Oh, sorry. And when I say root folder, I mean your React project folder. So for me, that's error quality checker. If you can think about it, it needs to be at the same level as your git ignore. So you have your git ignore here at this level. Just go to that same level and make sure that these, it's on the same level as your git ignore, as your packets.json, all those things. Just line it up with these guys. What a time to be alive. Yeah. All right. And I'm going to take my token. I have it here on my other screen. I'm just going to take it and I'm going to drop it in and I'm going to save it. And then I'm going to copy this variable name. Okay. Don't forget to save. I've created my variable. It starts with React underscore app underscore, and then you can call it whatever you want. Say equals, and then put your token in there. And then I'm going to drop that variable right in there. Nikesh says, is this a learning series with chat? Yes, it is. We like to learn things or, on stream. We walk through projects together, start to finish, very slowly. You can ask questions. This isn't just me sitting there and coding while everybody watches. This is, us building a project together, start to finish, and walking through certain concepts that are helpful to know as a developer. No, this is not using. Mar says we're learning Vite today. No, we used Vite for the last app that we built. We used Vite for the Kitten Store app, which is still up on my Twitch channel. But today we're just using Create React app. Yeah, and then now the last thing we're going to do. So I'm going to save this. All right, perfect, saved. And then we're going to go into our git ignore, and we're going to go ahead and add just regular .env. Save that. And now notice that it is turned kind of a light gray color. I don't know how well you can see that, but it's turned kind of a light gray color, and it no longer says uncommitted because it's now inside of our git ignore. So anything you want git to ignore, you add to your git ignore file. So now we have our token inside of our URL here. And Marfrin says, why people still use CRA? Yeah, there's all sorts of packages out there that can help you build stuff, but I just decided to step back to create React app for the app this week to kind of get away from the extra add-ons and other tools and kind of just go back to basics. Citrine says, does the token need to be a string? So when you add it to your .env file, it should be safe for you to just paste it in like this. And then when it gets pulled into your app.js, it'll get pulled in as a string and treated as such. Yeah. Miran says, I've heard GitHub actually tells you off now if you try to push stuff that looks like environment variables. That's awesome. I'm glad it does that. It should. Yeah. Many of us, I'm sure all of us at some point have accidentally pushed our database credentials to GitHub. That's a fun process. Thirsty Pooch says, why I thought Vite was the norm nowadays. It's, it's, you got to be careful when you say anything is the norm, right? That's why we use on this stream, we use a lot of different tools. We use Bootstrap, we use Tailwind, we use CSS, we use regular old CSS. We build things in vanilla JavaScript, we build things in TypeScript, we build things in Vite, we build things in Create React App. And it might be a little bit frustrating for those who are familiar with these more advanced tools, but I think it's important that we are familiar with all the options that are available, because you never know what you're going to encounter out there in the wild or what your employer is going to have you be using. So that's why we do all these different things, so we have the skills that we need to handle anything that we come across. Oh, thank you, Mar friends. All right, so we've got our token in place. And then we're going to go ahead and just get the data from that. Once data, whoops. Once data, and get our response. And we're going to store it in a variable called data. And the last thing I want to do here is just console log that. Console log data. All right, I'm going to save that. It says one error. That's okay. We'll come back. When we come back, we're going to get rid of any errors and build something so that we can, test test what we're getting from this. But it is time for a break. I need to set up the poll that I promised. So we're going to take 5 minutes, and when we come back, then you'll have a poll to vote in, and we can finish setting up contact with the API. All right. Also, too, don't forget, Moobot has been posting the link to the finished repo regularly in chat. So just scroll up to find it if you need it. If you're a little bit behind, you can just go in there and grab what you need from the repo. So 5 minutes on the clock. While y'all are taking your break, I'm going to set up the poll. So be sure to vote on that when you come back from break. All right, I'll see you back here in 5.
My friends just followed. Teomonsenses just followed.
All right, folks, we got about a minute left in the break. I see some questions about the API. Um, yes, my friends asked this thing right here. It should work for the whole world. Yes, you can put it in any city, anywhere in the world, and get information about air quality. Yep. And the tokens are free. There's nothing you need to pay for. Thank you, Dr. Moto, for sharing that link to the token page. Yes, that is where you get your free token to access the API. Yes, please don't steal my token. Please get your own if you're going to be building your own stuff with it. I'm going to do 1,000 requests per second. Yes, that is the rate limit. All right, I'm going to stop the timer. Um, so now that we've kind of created our URL here, I'm going to drop this in chat. This is the what you're fetching from. So I'll put this in chat if anybody needs it. That's the fetch. You can also get it from the repo. Sorry, I need to turn my camera back on. You can also get it from the GitHub repo that keeps posting automatically in chat. So feel free to grab it from there. Um, and now you'll notice that when I go back here and I can see that, oh, it says, compiled with problems. React app AQI API token is not defined. Oh no, but we did define it, right? We put it inside of our .env folder. Now, one thing that you'll need to be aware of is that whenever you create a new environment variable, you need to restart your app. So I'm going to kill it just like that. And then I'm going to do npm start and restart it. And now when I restart it, it should pick up the environment variable, theoretically. Oop, or not. React app, AQI, API token. Okay. Why don't you love me? Yes, React App AQI API token is in an env file. Yes. Ah, yes, you're correct. I forgot. I forgot to do process.env. Great catch. I love it when folks catch things that I miss. All right. So if you look at the GitHub repo, it is correct in there. I just missed process.env. So I'm going to paste the fetch in here again. Now, if I save this, and there we go. So if I save this, now we can see that it compiles successfully. And I'm going to paste the fetch in chat again. That should work for you. No, we don't actually have to import it. If as long as you use this particular format for your variable name, and you don't forget to put process.env in front of it, like I did, now it's able to read the variable from your .env file and then recognize what it is and pull it into the URL. Yeah, and it says, we've got an error message here for Babel or whatever. You don't have to worry about that. It also says get air quality is assigned a value but never used. We're going to use it in a little while. React is just being impatient, so don't worry about that either. Amtrak says, what's the difference about .env and env local? I'm not 100% sure. I think you can use different env variables in different ways. I would think that env local, yeah, I don't really know for sure. I don't want to speculate. I'd have to look that up. But yeah, you can see in our get ignore file, there's several different. There's env local, development local, test local, production local, those different things. We're just using a straight up .env file for convenience. We don't need multiple. So that's what I'm sticking with. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. All right, so we've got our URL. We're awaiting a response. We can console log the data. Now we're going to go ahead and handle errors. So it's entirely possible that somebody could pass in a city that's spelled wrong, or it's possible that the API could be down. Marvin says, don't you need to run the following .env config? Nope, we don't, because we're using create React app. So it should work without it. Yeah. So because we are specifically using create React app, and we labeled our variable in this specific way, then it should work. We said process.env, and then we labeled our variable like this. Since we're using create React app, it should work. Now, if I put my foot in my mouth, we can always install .env later, but I did not have to install .env for and configure .env for this project when I built it earlier today. Champo says, how do you save the token? Just in a .env file. So you can see right here. I have a .env file, and I've got my token, just React app, AQI token, like that. Okay. Now let's see if we can handle some errors. Oh, you forgot the equal sign. Ah, that's fair. No worries. Happens to all of us. So we're console logging the data, and then let's also see if we can handle some errors. There's lots.
Jaywood803 just followed.
Thank you, Jaywood. There's lots of different ways we can handle errors. The most basic way, right, is to just do a catch error and then console log it. So I think what I'm going to do here is just say console.error, and then log that to the console, network error, and then log the error itself. Take the error in, and then comma error, and then log that. And then the other thing I want to do is I'm also going to be setting a state here. So I'm just going to make a note for that. Set error state. If we get an error, we also want to display a certain message to the user. So we'll do that in a minute. but for now I'm just going to leave it as such. Yeah. So we're also going to set our error state, and we're going to set air quality data to no. Those are just a couple notes for me. We're going to fill that out in a minute. Marvin says, I have an idea to use Firebase along with this API and do auth. Yeah, absolutely. Store it. Yeah, have people store their favorite cities. That's a great idea. Amtrix says, may I also add const error, set error, use state? Ah, you're ahead of me there, Amtrix. We're going to be doing that in just a minute. Yep. We are going to be setting error state. That's what this note is for. Absolutely. Yeah. You know where we're headed. Okay. Now I'm just looking at the finished thing here. Passing in our city. We've got our fetch, got our response. I think that should be all we need there for now. Yeah, and now let's go ahead and set up our, might as well go ahead and set up the error state. So, like I said, if we do get an error, we want to capture that error and hold on to it and, potentially display it to the user or do things with that error. And so, in order to do that, we're going to go ahead and set up a state to capture errors. And then we're going to also set up another state to actually get the air quality data and hold it. So, if we get valid air quality data, valid object back from the API, we want to hold that in state. And then if we get an error back, we also want to hold that in state. And so I'm going to set up two pieces of state, one for the air quality data and one to capture errors. I thought about just using a single piece of state, but it's okay if we, I went ahead and used two. I didn't really want to, bother with it. Oh, and also too, I just realized I put this function in the wrong place. I need to copy this function and I need to move it down inside of my app. I apologize for that. I'm going to grab this function and I'm going to move it down inside of the app itself. Eagle-eyed viewers who are looking at the repo probably already saw that, but I'm going to drop it down there. So it's inside of my app component. All right. Now, if I want to set up some state inside of my app here, what do I need to do in order to start using state in React? What's the first thing I need to do? Ah, yeah, Dr. Moto knows how I think. We need to import first, right? In order to start using state, we need to first import state from React. So I'm going to go ahead and do import. I'm going to import two things here, React, and then use state. There we go, from React. Yeah. Put that in. Click the, yes, we can, and you could also auto import by clicking the blue light bulb. Yep, that would probably do it as well. But in general, this is what we need. We need to be able to use state from React. Dr. Moda said you should get one of those clicker question apps they use. Now I am curious: did my poll work? Did my poll run? I did. I enabled the poll. I thought, but did you guys see it at the top of your chat window? It worked. Okay, I just totally missed it. I was focused, man. I was focused. I was tuned in. I didn't see the results. Okay, let's look at the poll real quick. Sorry. View results. Oh, okay. Folks like synthwave. So I need to send Crispy Nugget a message telling Chris that synthwave is the way to go for the next music release. If you didn't know, Crispy Nugget is a fantastic music producer. They make awesome tracks, and they've been making a lot of themed music around 100 devs. So yeah, they make great content. And so they're working on their next track, and they were like, "What should it be? Should it be synthwave or pop punk?" And y'all chose synthwave. So I agree with that personally. I really like synthwave. So thank you for making the right choice. Okay, good. I'm glad it worked. All right, so let's set up our state. We've imported the ability to use state, and so I'm going to set up two pieces here. Not saying that we necessarily need two pieces. We could probably get it down to one, but I'm going to set up one for air quality data. So this is actually the name of the state variable itself, air quality data. Now, um, each time I set up a new piece of state, it needs two components, right? Uh, I have my place where I'm storing the state information. And then the second thing that I need is, what is this? What am I typing out right now? I'll type it out first and then, because I can't spell. So what is this? This part right here. What is this? This is a variable. What is this? Yeah, it's a function. Exactly, Jay Wood. You got it. Coming in hot with the first time chat. Yeah, it's how we assign, it's a function that we use to assign a value to our air quality data state. And then the last thing I just do is I initialize it with a value of null. We want to start out with no data. And then if we get data back from the API, we're going to assign it into this air quality data state. Now, if you're not familiar with state, this might be a little bit confusing, but you can kind of think of state as how React determines how the user interface should look at a given time, right? If I have valid data inside of my air quality data state, if there's valid data in there, I want to display a user interface that shows that data and highlights it with colors and you know, shows it as a valid display to the user. However, if my error state has data, my user interface is going to look different. My UI is now going to show an error state. It's going to show an error interface with the error message and all that. So state is just kind of how we control how the UI looks for a user and determine which components need to be re-rendered at a given point. So that might be kind of confusing if you've never seen state before, but we'll see how it looks once we kind of get it set up here. All right, so we've set this up. Thank you for the follow, Chuz.
Chuz_28 just followed.
Now we're going to set up our error state const. We'll do error and set error. There we go. And once again, I'm going to set it to null. You know, starting in the state's initial state. We haven't talked to the API yet, so both of these are going to be null. But once we talk to the API, one of these is going to have data and the other one will be null. It just depends on what we get back from the API. Okay, now that we've declared these, we can actually assign what we get back from the API to our state variables. We're not going to use it. We're not going to do use effects this time around. We're keeping it simple. Basic React fundamentals here. Just hitting the API and dropping things in. Amtrix says in JS you don't have to do use state and then assign it a type. That's correct. Yeah, we're just using JavaScript here, not TypeScript. So if you're familiar with TypeScript, there's a few extra steps, right? You have to assign state with a type, whether it's a string or a number or whatever, or a Boolean. But with JavaScript, you don't have to do that. Miran says, I've never had any formal training on comp sci stuff. Actually, it's been quite informal. Hey, Miran, don't feel bad about that. I'm from the same boat, okay? There's no right way to go into programming. I don't have any formal CS background. It's all just been on the fly. So the nice thing about that is you're always learning something new, right? Hey, Owen. Good to see you. All right, let's do this. So if I get a valid response back from the API, I want to go ahead and assign that data that I get back into my air quality data state variable, and I want to set the error state to null. So first thing I'm going to do there is after my console log, I'm going to say, all right, if I get a valid response, response.ok, and I get a status value from the data of okay, then I'm going to say set error quality. I'm going to call that function. I'm going to call that function to drop the data in. And I'm going to say set error to null. Now, this probably isn't necessarily required on the first pass because set error is already null. This error state is already null. But if there's an error in state and I call a valid city, then I want to put this back to null and put the data in my air quality data state. Jaywood says, I did CS and I don't remember any of the theory. Hey, fellow, yeah, I don't do well with theory either. I've said it before on stream. Theory and I don't get along. What I do get along with is application. All right, so that's the happy path. If everything's working, then we want to put the air quality data into our air quality data state. However, if we don't get something that's going to work, then we want to display an error that is friendly to the user. So I don't want to give them all sorts of nonsense that's coming back from the API or a status code or anything like that. I want to tell them clearly. I want to tell the user, hey, something didn't work properly, but you can try again. So for here, I'm just going to say set error, and I'm going to copy this text from the finished version. You can get it from the repo, or you can say whatever you want in here. But I'm just going to say set error. Sorry, we couldn't find your city. Try another location, or ensure your spelling is correct. Just being something polite for the user. And I'm also going to say set error quality data to no. So really here, we're just saying, all right, if this succeeds, put the data in here and set error to null. If it doesn't work, give a valid error that we can display and set our data state to null. This is just the response from the API. If it gives a valid status that, hey, the API is working, you're going to get some valid data back, then we're going to say, all right, we're going to get some data. Cool. Marvin says, does use effect work based on the pub sub pattern in order to tell it to run on initial render or update in dismount? Ooh, that's a lot of words. I can't say that I'm familiar enough with React to tell you that. To be honest, I haven't done a whole lot with use effects. We went through the entire React docs a while back, getting familiar with stuff, but we kind of we did a little bit with use effect. We've used it a little bit to interact with things like local storage, but not a ton. So I won't say I'm an expert with that. Maybe somebody else can answer your question. Miran says it seems like something familiar to close to component properties in Angular. Okay, cool. It's always nice when you can find parallels with something you're familiar with. All right, so we've kind of handled our cases in which we do get a response, right? And then if we get an error, then we're going to, give a nice custom error to the customer. However, it's very possible that something else could go wrong that's not handled by either of our previous cases. And so we always want to have at the end of our block here, we always want to have a catch to catch any additional errors and log them to the console. So I'm going to say we already did console.error. So in this case, I'm going to say set error to say, all right, sorry, something went wrong. We don't really know, something bad happened. And then again, I'm going to set error quality data to null. So we're handling our happy path, and then we're handling anything else that could possibly happen, both in our else statement here and in our catch block. It might be overkill, but it seems to work. Oh, sorry if I missed something, Mirren, about your question. I've kind of only halfway been following. Yes, you can pass state as props. Absolutely. Yes, my friend is right. State can be passed as props to a child component. We're all just debating. Hey, debates are fine. It's all good.
Floor just followed.
Thank you, Valur. Appreciate it. That's how we learn things, right? Going back and forth, comparing opinions, frantically Googling on the side. Oh, and thank you, Chris. I appreciate it. Here's a sneak peek. Oh yeah, and Crispy Nugget is enjoy your drive. Crispy Nugget, once again, they're a great producer. Check out their stuff. Follow them on Twitter. Yeah, they do good work. All right, so now I think we're handling all of our interactions with the API. And now what we're going to do here first is we're going to kind of set up our return in a very basic way. And then we're going to build our form component that's going to allow us to interact with the API and test the response that we get back. So that's all we're going to do for starters. What we're going to do here is we're going to essentially just set up our return.
Smitty01 just
Oh, thank you,
followed.
Medi. We're going to set up our return with a component that's going to have our form in it, so we can test, we can put in a city, and then we can see what we get back from the API. It's going to log to the console, and what we'll get back is a big old nasty object, which we're then going to parse into and build components to pull things out of it. Clipped, if you want the repo that we're currently working on, you can do exclamation point project. Exclamation point project for the repo, the finished repo actually, and you can see what we're building. Oh, so my friends, are you asking about why we use two pieces of state here instead of just one? All right. So now in my return, I think for now I'm just going to go ahead and add. I'm just going to go ahead and add an H1. I had one there already. I shouldn't have deleted it, but whatever. We'll add an H1 and we'll just give it a name. I'm going to give it, just say air quality index checker. We're not going to get too fancy here for starters. And then I'm going to reference a component that we're about to build. And I'm going to call that component, you can call it whatever you want, but I'm going to call that component city search. So city search is going to be what we're going to call that. And I'm going to be passing, we haven't built this component yet, so it's not going to like that, but I'm going to be passing into city search our get air quality function. Because essentially what I want to have happen is we're going to have somebody type in the form, they're going to click submit, and that's going to call that fetch on the API. So as soon as they submit, we want to do a fetch on the API. And so for city search, I'm going to pass in our get air quality function as a prop. Oops. You'll see how we use this in a minute. But if you're familiar with React, right, we can take a component and we can pass in things to it as a prop so that component can make use of these things. And so we've built this function that talks to the API. And now we're going to pass it into our city search component so that city search can call that function even though it's going to be in a separate file. Yeah, I'm gonna yeah, for now I'll just I need to wrap this in something, so I'm gonna wrap it in just wrap it in a div because we're gonna need that later when we do our styling. So I'm just gonna wrap it in a div because yes, in a return statement for a multi-line return, we need to have a parent component, a single parent component that wraps around everything inside of it, right? And so you could do an empty tag, right? You could do an empty tag, which is called a fragment. In our case, we're going to use a div because we're actually going to do assign some styling to this and all that. But if you just want to wrap something in empty tags, you can use what we call a fragment, and React will accept that. Okay, I think that's what we're going to do for now. Now let's go ahead and go build this city search form component so we can test our API. Yeah. Mark Friends is asking, okay, so they're asking about why did we use two different pieces of state here? So air quality data versus, air quality data and air versus just a single, like, I don't know, result state. Um, and they say if it's good practice, there are two opinions on that. One side thinks doing it separately is more optimized than having one complex state. Other thing is having more than one, which is actually is related to the other, is not good practice to separate them. Yeah, and I agree with that, especially since this one is, either one is populated and the other is null, or either this one is populated and the other is null, or this one is populated and this one is null, so they're mutually exclusive, right? And so generally we would want to use a single piece of state to capture that data. In this case, I decided to use two, because it's not necessarily best practice, but what I think it does is it makes it easier to keep track of what's going on. What are we doing? Why are we assigning things here? Why are we assigning things there? For me, it was more of a visual indicator of reminding people what state is being used and when. But I agree with you. I don't think it's best practice. If I was really building this for production, I would probably use a single piece of state here. Yeah. No, it's all good, Miran. I can keep up pretty well generally. Sometimes I might miss stuff, but then y'all remind me of something that I missed. No, it's all good, Marfans, and it's perfectly reasonable to ask that question. I'm glad you did. I'm never, if a question is asked in good faith, I'm never going to be annoyed by it. So no, I appreciate that you asked that question. But yes, the reason I did it for this particular app is more of just because I think it makes it easier to see what's going on. But yeah, for production, you probably wouldn't do that. You'd probably use a single piece of state and just dump the results into it. Um, and then somebody's, let's see, Amtrix says, you suggest me to wrap with a fragment or a div, and why? Yeah, so you can wrap with a fragment when you just need to put something around if you have more than one tag inside of a return statement. If you just want to wrap it in something to make React be happy, then you can use a fragment. However, if you're going to add styling, you're probably going to need to have a div or a section or something to wrap it in. Now, the reason why we're doing this is that because if you don't, we'll just take this out real quick. So see how it's underlined? And if we hover over it, we can see what the error is. It says JSX expressions must have one parent element. This is that tree thing that we were talking about before. If you mentioned the tree, when we have a return statement inside of a component, React is only going to return a single a single component can only return a single element or tag. But a lot of the times we're going to have a component returning multiple elements, right? We're going to have an H1, we're going to have like some cards or, whatever, paragraphs and things. So in order to get around that limitation, we essentially just wrap everything in a single tag. That could be a div, it could be a fragment. It just needs to be something. Yeah. Hey, Dan Code, how's it going? Yeah. I hope that makes sense. Oh, hey, Wally Code.
While_I_code just followed.
Thank you for the follow. Okay, so now I think we've got everything we need here in app, in our app.js.
Saw eat_Paris just followed.
Let me double check that. I'm just going to make sure. Oh, the last thing I'm going to add. No, we'll add that later. Never mind. We'll add that later. It's all good.
Mtrix_just followed.
This is all we'll need, I think, in order to check and make sure that we're getting a response from the API. And then we'll add some additional components and styling things later. But Mike says, "Oh, the robot voice is so cool." I'm glad you like it. Yeah, that's for folks who are just listening and not watching. Amy, thank you so much for the sub.
Amity_ just subscribed with Prime.
Thank you. The great thing about Prime subs is they don't cost you anything. I always love it when you guys don't have to spend money. Um, that's the best part. Everything, education should be free, right? And if you're a Prime subscriber already, you're spending money on that, you might as well get a free sub on Twitch. All right. So let's build our component for city search. This will allow us to create our form. Um, and in keeping with React structure, I could build a subfolder for components here, but we're playing a little fast and loose today. I'm just going to go in my source folder here. I'm just going to make a new file, and I'm going to call it city search. City, gosh, I can't spell. Citysearch.js, and I'm just going to drop it in here at the root of the source folder. You could do cleanup later on, and you could reorganize these into subfolders once you're happy with it. But we're going to play fast and loose and put things at the root here. So inside my source folder, I'm adding an additional file here called citysearch.js. And first thing I'm going to do is do my same import that I did in app.js. In fact, I'm just going to copy it. I'm going to import React and use state. This. So now I can use state if I need it. And I'm going to create my city search component. City search. And if you recall, we're passing in some data from app.js, right? We're passing in some data as what we call a prop, right? Yeah, my friends, I do have that extension installed, RFCE, to build out a component quickly. I try not to go too fast when other folks are coding along, but yeah, RFCE is what is that extension called, my friends? Do you remember? Or is that built in now to VS Code? I don't remember if it's a separate extension or not that you had to install. RFCECT, find out what it means to me. So we're passing in get air quality as a prop, right? And so I need to make sure that my component is set up to take in get air quality. Get air quality. So it's set up to accept that prop. And now I can use that get air quality function. I can call it inside of this component whenever I need it. React snippets, maybe it is. Yeah. React ES7 snippets. Yeah, because I was thinking it was an extension. Yeah. But yeah, it's a good one to have. Yeah, and I think there's several snippet extensions out there. But what they do is they allow you to type a keyboard shortcut and then just basically generate a component really quickly on the fly. So they're very useful. Yeah. Willem says, I like how educational your channel is. I feel like this would be really helpful as I was just starting to learn React. Oh, thank you. That's what I'm going for. That's the audience I'm hitting here. So I appreciate that. Dan says, I notice these files are all JS. No wonder you're going so fast. Yeah, we're not using TypeScript today. TypeScript is a little intimidating for some folks. So we're backing it up here. We're going bare bones. We're reminding ourselves that we can build apps quickly and easily using just the basics. There's no harm in that. All right, now let's see. What do I want to do here first? I want to set up a form. So what I'm going to do first here is I'm going to, I've got my function here. I'm going to set up my return statement. Return. And I'm going to go ahead and create a form. And inside of this form, I'm going to have an input box. So we'll start with that. Form. We have our input box. And I'm not going to do any styling on this yet. I'll leave it bare bones for now. So standard form setup with an input box inside of it. Now, using the form tags here will also allow me to add a button. And it's not working. I hate that. All right. We'll have our form wrapping our input box with our button. And what that's going to allow me to do is have certain built-in behaviors with this, right? So if I add a button and I assign it as a submit button, it's going to know what to do when I click submit. It's going to have certain built-in behaviors when I click submit. And so by using these form tags, we can trigger certain behaviors. So we can tell this form exactly what to do when the button is clicked. So what we're going to do is we're going to have this form actually, when somebody inputs something and then clicks the button, this form is going to call a function that we're going to write in just a minute. Um, so that's the nice thing about form tags. They're very useful. Yes, this is create React app. Yep. So first thing I'm going to do is make sure I get my button as a type of submit. Oops. Type submit. And then it's just going to say search. Search. Okay. Button type submit, search, no styling yet. I'm skimming past all my styling in the fitness project here. And then for the input box, our input box is going to be type of text. We're going to have a placeholder in there of just enter city. And then
underscore it underscore again just followed.
debug it again. I like that. That's my philosophy too. So placeholder is going to be enter city. And then I'm also going to add an event handler here on change. So as we're typing, we're going to have it call something that we're going to write here in a minute. It'll be called handle input change. Now this is a function we're going to write. We haven't written it yet, but we will in just a minute. So essentially, as somebody starts typing in here, we're going to have it call handle input change. And this is what we call an event handler. And so we'll talk about it again once I write the function. It'll make more sense once we know what's happening here. So just bear with me for now. And then as I mentioned before, on submit, when somebody clicks that submit button, we want to have it call a certain function. So on submit, I want to have it call something called handle search, which we're also going to write here in a sec. All right, so this is our structure: form, on submit, handle search. We have an input box, type text, placeholder, enter city. On change, we're going to handle input change. Button type of submit. This is very important. This tells the form how to behave. And then the text in the button is going to be called search. Okay. Oh, thank you, Debug. I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. Marvin says, fun fact, I'm so used to Formic or React Hook that I actually have to remember how to handle input forms from time to time. Yeah, I don't know, input forms. So input forms are one of my favorite parts of like HTML. They're magical. I mean, all the stuff that they can do just by default, the different types of inputs that you can have. I'm of the personal opinion that forms are the literal backbone of the internet. Like they can do so much. They're everywhere. You don't think of them because a lot of the times they're disguised as other things. But most of the time, I mean, when you're interacting with a website and entering data of any kind, a form is going to be involved. And so they are the literal backbone of the internet, and they're so valuable to know how to use them. This chat box is a form. Yeah, I suppose it is. Everything is a form somehow. Yep. It's just like with JavaScript, everything is an object. With HTML or web pages, everything is a form. Yeah. So now let's go ahead and write these two functions that we're going to use to handle our interactions. I think what I'm going to do here is first I'm going to write our handle input change. I think we're going to do this one first. So what this is doing is it's essentially capturing what the user is typing and holding it in state. And you'll see that this is what we do a lot when we're using forms in React. Is we're input boxes in HTML can handle people typing in them just fine, right? You type in an input box in a static web page, HTML only, and it's going to show you what you're typing, right? But when we're using React with a form, we want to take that input and remove it from the control of the form itself and have React control it. React is controlling everything else, right? And so we want to make sure that React is also capturing the form inputs and displaying them back. So that's what we're going to do here. We're going to declare another piece of state, and it's just going to be called input value. And once again, we're going to follow our standard structure, set input value. So this is our state that's going to hold what's being typed in the form box, and this is going to be what updates it. So here we're going to declare our initial state value, use state. Instead of null, we're going to have it be an empty string. Okay, this is just whatever the initial value is. So by default, we just want to have a nice empty form box. So use state just going to be an empty box. Now we can write our function that's going to handle what the user is typing. So const handle input change. You could write this with classic function syntax if you wanted as well. But and what's going to be passed into this is an event. And I'll talk about, well, let's, woo! Thank you for the cheer, Roscoe Cat.
Just shared 1,000 bits.
Thank you. Actually, I'm going to use E here instead. I guess event is deprecated. We can use, oop, come on. All right, there we go. All right. And each time somebody types something in there, I'm going to call my set input value update function, and I'm going to say e.target.value. Jump scare bits. I guess so. I used event. I felt that like I used event before. That's weird. It didn't like it. I just want to match what's in the repo. So I'm going to use the full spelling of event. And I think that makes it clear what we're doing here. But essentially an event is just something that happens. And it's an interaction, right? It's an interaction of some kind. And in this case, what that event is the user changing something in that input box. So typing, hitting backspace, whatever, that's causing an event. And so essentially we are then assigning whatever the current value of that input box is to our input value state. Okay. So that's being captured in state, right? And when they're done typing, whatever they typed is going to be held in our input value state, right? Because we're writing it to it by calling set input value. So that's going to be held in our input value state. And so when they submit the form, we want to submit whatever they typed, their input value. We want to submit that to that API and call the fetch. Okay? So const, let's see, we did const handle input change. Now we want to do const handle search. So now that it's theoretically they've finished typing, we're going to take that submit and we're going to take that submit and we want to submit whatever they put in the box, whatever they put in the input box. We want to toss that over to the API by calling the function that we previously wrote, the function that contains that fetch. All right. Oh, thank you, my friends. Thank you for being part of the chat today. Feel free to catch the VOD later on. All my stuff is recorded, and it'll be on YouTube in a couple of weeks. So you can always watch it on YouTube if you hate Twitch ads, which everybody does, right? So, by the way, my YouTube channel is demonetized. I don't monetize it, so it's ad free.
Gersel Turkery just followed.
Thank you, Gersel. Yeah, Fuel, there shouldn't be any ads on my YouTube channel, Fuel, because I deliberately did not enable ads. So hopefully there's no ads. If there are, then YouTube's going to have some splaining to do. All right, so the first thing I want to do is this. I'm going to type it out, and I'm going to have you tell me if you remember what it does. If you went through the React docs with me, you should be familiar with this. But what is this doing? Anybody remember? Prevent default. This is a good one to know. Not just with when you're working with React, when you're working with JavaScript forms in general, and things like buttons, input boxes, all those sorts of things. Um, Using prevent default can sometimes be very helpful. Yeah. So folks are saying preventing refresh, stops reloading the page. Yeah, exactly. In general, what prevent default does is if a if the thing that the user is interacting with, if it has some kind of a default behavior, this will stop that from happening. And in the case of a form submit, by default, HTML forms will refresh the page when a user clicks submit. Like you submit a form, it refreshes the entire page. Obviously, we're working with React. That's completely against the entire philosophy of React. We don't want to refresh the whole page unless we absolutely have to. So we want to stop that from happening. So the very first thing we're doing is we're saying, hey, form, I know you mean well, but we got this, okay? Don't refresh the page, please. We're going to handle this behavior ourselves. Dr. Moto says, do you know why they do that by default? It's just there's certain behaviors that were just agreed upon by the Council of HTML, like years ago or whatever, and they're just the standard behavior. So I don't know why that decision was made, but there is a group that decides these things. That they vote on these like new features and behaviors and that kind of thing, and they decided that would be helpful. So there you go. Oh, thank you, Debug. The Great Council. Yes, the Great Council of HTML. I imagine them as wearing big flowing robes and having like funny hats, like with like I don't know, shiny like pieces of. It's like I bet they have. I imagine them as wearing like hats with like pieces of CDs on them, like sparkling in the light. Like old broken CDs, like all over their headwear. All right, prevent defaults. So now the next thing we want to do is I mentioned earlier. You may recall when we were messing around with the API a little bit at the start of the stream. I did mention there are a few things that the API does not handle well. So we are going to want to take in the value that the user inputted and make a couple of little tweaks to it. Actually, I really think we're only going to do one. We're going to say const formatted city is equal to their input value, but I'm going to replace any spaces with hyphens because by default the API cannot handle, like if somebody puts in New York, new space York, like a normal human, and we just submit it, the API can't handle it. So we need to replace spaces with hyphens. So we can just do input value dot replace, and we're going to do a little bit of regex here, nothing crazy. I'll put it in chat in a minute, and you can just drop this in. We're just saying, hey, take spaces, replace them with hyphens. Okay, that's all we're doing. Whoops. Hot Fuzz Council, the great, a good. Issy, you got an offer. What the what? That's friggin' amazing. So Isihogo has been on a journey of interviewing for like months now, right? And they finally got an offer. So please give them some claps and props in chat. It's been a journey for them. So congratulations, Issy. Oh, but you said but you can't leave me hanging like that. Come on now, that's not nice. Issy says I'm scared because I don't know if I'll pass the background check. Oh, well, I mean, you don't have to share if you don't want to, but I mean, a lot of the times they aren't that like they aren't that crazy unless unless you do have a criminal record. When that could be a little bit harder to explain, but it's still not going to necessarily disqualify you. I mean, yeah, yeah. As Miran says, generally it's just a formality. Absolutely. So what we're doing here, actually, debug, is we are taking spaces and we're replacing them with hyphens. So like new hyphen York. Yeah. Yeah, and just make sure that your references, make sure that your references are prepared. And a lot of times if they get to the offer stage, I mean, they want to hire you, right? And so um, yeah, and as Quad Shot says, in some cases they can't disqualify you if you're a felon. I'm not saying that you are. I don't know your situation, but a lot of the times the background check is not. I mean, it's not as detailed as you might think it is. Yes, debug. That's correct. Yeah. So anywhere there's a space, replace it with a hyphen. Exactly. Yep. Oh, great, Miriam. Yeah, I'm glad you're having fun with the 100 Devs community. Yeah, it's a great community. I can attest to that. So the last thing that now that I've kind of formatted the input value a little bit, I'm going to dump it into that get air quality function that we created. So remember, we created this get air quality function inside of our app.js, right? We put it in here, but we passed it into this component as props, right? So this component can call it, can do that fetch, can call that function, even though it's not even in this file. So it can call it, do the fetch, console log the data, and save it into our state. So remember, our get our quality state is up at the top level. So we're actually calling this function that exists in our app.js, which is up top, and getting a response, hopefully, and storing that in our air quality state. Yeah, you'll be fine, Izzy, I'm sure. The elders of the internet are on your side. Absolutely. All right. So we've done that. Formatted city, calling that function, doing the fetch against the API. So we've captured the user. So let's step back a little bit. What are we doing here? So we have a form. People type in the input box of the form. Anytime they type, whatever they type is held in our input value state. And then as soon as they click submit, on submit, the handle search function is called. Handle search takes in that submit event, prevents the page from reloading, takes the input value, whatever is in our input value state, it takes that, replaces spaces with hyphens, and then passes that information into the get air quality function, which does the fetch against the API and returns data for that city. Okay, I know that was kind of a lot, but I hope you can kind of follow the progression of what we're doing here, right? All right, I'm going to save this. Now, let's see, I think everything else here is just styling, which we'll come back and do later. What is the last thing I need to do in order to use this component elsewhere in other places? I've built the component, right? I've saved it, city search, created it, it's saved. What's the last thing I need to do? Oh, yeah, the other one, stop. Another event method is also stop propagation. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, we need to export it. Yep, that's the last thing we need to do here. And exporting it allows us to call on this component from other files, which we're already doing, right? Export defaults city search. Yeah. Now that I've done that, it will be able to be read and referenced in other locations if we import it into those locations. So this is easy to forget, which is why I called it out specifically. You got to be aware. Remember, it's all about the import export. It's art vandalay. It's import exports. If you're familiar with Seinfeld, just think art vandalay. Remember importing, exporting, and yeah, always have good references. So we've exported it. Now inside of our app.js, we're already referencing it here, but we also need to remember to import it. So import, and we're going to import city search. You can see it auto completes there. It found it. So that's the last thing we need to do there. Now it can read this component and display it theoretically. All right, save that. And as soon as I saved it, there's our component. Look at that. Hello, component. So now it was able to import that component and render it inside of our return here. And now it shows up on the screen. So I'll zoom in on that a little bit. Okay, now hopefully, we will be able to enter a city and console log the data that returns back from the API. We'll see if it works. All right, so I'm going to enter London here. We'll do a search. Now we won't see anything show up, but we should theoretically see a console log. So I'm going to move it over here. Aha! Ha 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 ha! I see an object. I see some data. Data, baby. Data. My favorite Star Trek character. We've got data. So what do we get back here? This is where we message our friend to come do the styling because heck CSS. Don't worry, we're gonna have some help with the styling. We're not bothering with it yet, but probably now that we are getting response back from our API, we can start to think about things like styling. How bad is what? Raz wonders. So here we have our object, and as we can see, there's a lot here, right? We've got data from a few different stations, or we've got data, a few different attributions here. So to different organizations, we've got the city name, we've got, the URL for the information about the city. Oops, didn't mean to click that. We've got the dominant pollutant. We've got a forecast. You could even do if you wanted, in your version of this app, you could flesh it out even more to build like a whole forecast, a daily forecast of all the different pollutants. So you could do that. You could see all the different types of pollutant. Yeah, you've got a bunch of information here that you can work with. We're only going to work with a fraction of it for our purposes, but there's a lot here.
Flytiska just followed.
Thank you, Flytiska. Miran says, you have a puppy? I can hear a little guy in the back. Yeah, I do. I have a dog. He gets bored while I stream, and so sometimes he, flops down on the floor and sighs. He's a drama queen. Absolutely. Can we have a delete pollutants button? I wish. Oh, we didn't ever. Yeah, we are going to take a break. I wanted to make sure that we could hit the API first, but yeah, I think we're good to go now. I want to make sure that I did that part right. But yeah, we're hitting the API. We're getting data back. It's being logged in the console. So now what we can do is start building out those components that are actually going to work with this data, and take stuff out of this object that we're getting back. Yeah. Okay, so I hope that everybody else, if you're following along, I hope that you were also able to get this far and get a response back from the API, that your token is working. And so we're going to go ahead and take a break now. And if you need to do a little troubleshooting over the break, that'll give you a few minutes to just pause and troubleshoot if you need to. As a reminder, you can do !project and get the finished repo right now. You can get the finished repo and copy some code if you need to. Bob says it doesn't have my city. Yeah, it may not have your city. It doesn't have all of them. But I would suggest trying a large city like Tokyo or London or New York, and making sure that you get data back. So if we do like New York, we should get another object. If we minimize this, yeah. So we got another object here, and we can see this is the data from New York. Mtrix says, Mine Wolf, can I push the TypeScript version on GitHub when finished? I'll give you credit. Absolutely. Yeah, 100%. Um, Almost all of my repos out there on GitHub are public because they are the types of projects that we've done here on stream. And what I want is for you guys to take them and just modify the hell out of them and make them better and make them your own. My goal is to give you a jumping off point to take what we do here on stream and build something even better with it. That's the goal, is to just kind of give you a place to start and give you the foundation. And then you take it and you just run with it. I've seen really cool stuff that folks have built based on projects that we did here on stream. They modify it, they make it into something cool. If you can, just credit me, credit my Twitter handle or whatever. Just at Mayanwolf is fine. If you post it on Twitter, please do credit me, but that's all I ask. Spaghetti says an app that requires you to check in the console log. Nah, Spaghetti. This is just a step in the process. We're just right. This is iteration. We're making sure that we get a response back from the API, and then what we're actually building is this, which gives information about air quality indices, um, information about pollutants, and air quality levels and their severity. So that's where we're heading. All right, let's take a break. That'll give folks a chance to troubleshoot if they need to. Um, oops. And now that we're able to talk to the API, we can start building out these actual components that are going to display on the page. All right. So I'll see you all back here in 5. Reset the timer. And this is where the fun begins, to turn a phrase. Can we see the dog? Yeah, I can. I don't necessarily want to move my camera because it's literally held up by painter's tape, but I can pull up a picture of him on my screen when we get back from the break. So my camera is like literally balanced right now. It's not a good system, but I will pull up a picture when we're back from break. All right, I'll start the timer. See you back here in 5. Okay, folks, come on back. We got about a minute left in the break. Get a drink of water, hydrate, moisturize, whatever you got to do. Yes, Amatrix React app AQI API token that is coming from the .env file. Spirit says, doesn't the law require breaks to be 15 minutes long? Hey, you get a break every hour, so that's gotta be worth something. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and stop the timer, and I'll show you all some pictures of my dog because you wanted to see him. I mean, we get unlimited breaks. Yay, doggo! Yeah. So this is my dog. His name is Ben. He is a standard poodle. So those foofy French dogs. He's very much not that. Uh, yes, this is Ben, my dog. Yeah, he's a purebred standard poodle, um, and he's a very good boy. Yes, and here is another picture of him in a bed that is much too small for him. This is not his bed. This is another dog's bed that he chose to curl up in. As you can see, he is a regal and graceful creature. Um, yes, absolutely. Yep. But yeah, he's a standard poodle. People think that they are, like foofy, foofy, prissy dogs. That's how they're always portrayed in the media, right? You see poodles and they're like, ooh, I broke a nail. That is not how they are. So if you're not familiar with the breed and you're thinking about getting one, know that standard poodles are highly active. They're highly intelligent. They're right up there, just behind border collies as far as intelligence. So they are intelligent. They are active. Um, and they need regular grooming. So if you're thinking about a poodle, just be aware of what their needs are, and if you can meet those needs, then you'll have a great dog. If you can't, then maybe get something not a poodle. Yes, exactly. As Quadchat said, poodles were originally bred to be hunting dogs. That's why they have that foofy haircut because it would protect them in the water. They're water dogs. So they were yep, meant to the foofy cut protected them from briars and also protected their joints from getting too cold in the water. Um, so that's where that comes from. So just be aware of that when you're thinking about poodles. But yeah, he's a great dog. I love him a lot. He gets a lot of exercise. I have a big yard. So yeah, we get a lot of time together. He's currently sleeping on the couch behind me. All right. So that was doggo time. Hope you enjoyed it. Yeah, he's a good boy. And I didn't get him from a breeder. And normally I work really closely with animal shelters. He didn't come from an animal shelter, but he did come from a living situation where he could not stay. So I didn't get him from a breeder. I got him from his previous owner, who meant well, but he would not have been able to stay in his previous situation. So I got him as a puppy, and he's been a good boy. Spaghetti says, "Is the API a public API?" Yes, it is. I can get you the link for that in just a sec here. Yeah, mixed breeds are great. Mixed breeds have a lot of benefits. They have stronger genetics, and fun markings and interesting traits. Yeah. So this is where you can get a token for the API we're using. Yes. And so Amtrix posted information just where you can kind of the homepage for the API, and I just posted the token request page in chat. So if you want to get a token, you can. It's free. Should be available to anybody if you want to join us. Okay. Let me get back to my local host here. There we go. Tuna sandwich time. Sure. Got to stay fed, right? All right, so we determined that we can talk to the API, right? So that's the biggest hurdle I think is out of the way now. Now, knock on wood. So now we can actually start building our components based on the data that we're getting back. If you recall, in our after our fetch here, what we're doing is we're taking the data that we get back from the API and we're setting it into a state variable called air quality data, right? So we're capturing all this data and we're holding it in state. And so when we do that, now we can use this value in any component that we want. We can pass it in as a prop, um, and we can dig into it and pull whatever we want right out of it. So this is kind of our holy grail of what we need to do everything else in the app. So let me think of what I want to do next here. I think let's start doing a little bit of styling and building out our cards. So like our cards for the individual component. Um, so this kind of thing, like our individual component cards. I think we'll go ahead and install Bootstrap so we can start doing some styling, and then we'll build our card um, for our air quality data, city data, this stuff. We'll build this out next. All right. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to install Bootstrap. So this is going to be another installation. You can set up an additional terminal if you want. I'm just going to kill the app for a second, and I'm going to go ahead and do an npm install.
Maxgo892 just
Thank you
followed.
for the follow, Mexico. I'm going to go ahead and install Bootstrap, and that's very simple. We can just do npm I bootstrap. Hey, Mattel, good to see you. Oh, spaghetti. Yes, I'll talk about that in just a second. All right, so now I can use all those built-in Bootstrap styles. So spaghetti, if you're familiar with React at all, this is kind of how we set up state, how we initialize state, and that's one of the big components of React is the concept of state, is the concept of holding things in state and using state to determine how the user interface is displayed and what components re-render, and what components do not. And so this is the standard format for declaring state. Right here, this is our state variable, air quality data. The second element here is the function that we call to update that state. So anytime we want to change the value that's stored here, we call set air quality data in order to update it. And as you'll see here with our two pieces of state that we have, this is standard format. And then on the right side of the equal sign here, when we call use state, that's setting the initial value. So the initial value of air quality data is going to be set to null. Same with the initial value of air. We call use state, we set the initial value to null. Yep. Oh, that's okay, spaghetti. It's okay. You don't have to be familiar. It's all right. That's basically that's just the gist of it. That's just the standard way that you initialize state, a piece of state. So we're going to do a little bit of destructuring. I don't understand how. Well, a lot of it is just it's not necessarily changing how JavaScript works. It's um, doing things on top of JavaScript. It's just adding more to it. So we're not changing really anything fundamental. You'll see a lot of the same things that JavaScript is already doing, setting up components as functions and that kind of thing. But it's it's not really breaking the rules of JavaScript. It's just adding more on top. Now, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong there, but that's how I think of it. We're just adding more features on top of what already exists with JavaScript. Yeah, you're gonna have to create that. If your Amtrix is working in TypeScript, so they have to type like twice as much as I do. Yeah, Miran. I don't know that it's so destructuring as far as this. I suppose. Yeah, I suppose it is. I hadn't thought about it that way, but I suppose it. Yeah, I suppose that's what we're doing here. Yeah. Yeah, and we're gonna do some more destructuring a little bit later as well. We'll see that um, in a destructuring in a different context. All right, so we've installed Bootstrap, right? We've installed Bootstrap, and Hey, Dobadeli, it's good to see you. So now we can go ahead and start using some of those styling features that Bootstrap has to offer. So let me think about what I want to do here. In app.js, well, first off, in app.js, I'm going to import Bootstrap so we can use it. And in order to do that, all I need to do is just say import, um, and I'm going to copy and paste this. I'll drop it in chat as well. But we're just importing what we need from Bootstrap, and that's bootstrap.min.css in order to use those Bootstrap styles. Mittel says JavaScript is the language where rules are made to be broken. I highly agree. Yeah. Well, spaghetti. It's not that we're taking things away from JavaScript. We're just adding additional functionality, in my opinion. It just does more now with React, and sometimes a little differently. But you can still do things in JavaScript like before. I mean, we built functions in plain JavaScript in our other file, and then we just have you can have regular JavaScript functions inside of a React component. So it's just layered on top. Okay, so now we can use Bootstrap. And let me see what else we need to do here. Yeah, so I'm going to modify my return. Instead of just a plain div now, I'm going to start adding some of that Bootstrap styling to my return. So I'm going to put everything inside of here into a container. And that's just going to add some lovely padding around the outside. And I don't know, I think of it mostly for like padding and moving things away from the sides of of the window, putting things in a box. And for my H1 here, I'm going to add a little bit of styling there as well. I'm going to add a top margin, MT5, and I'm going to add a bottom margin, MT3. Save that. And MT5, MT3. I think that may. And also now that we've enabled Bootstrap, um, I'm going to also add our error display. So if you recall, previously, if somebody types in a city that's not valid, um, and the API can't find it, you're going to get an error response. But we don't want to show the user like the junk that you get back from the API, right? They're not going to understand that. They're not going to know what they did wrong. And so earlier we crafted a custom error message that said, hey, sorry, we couldn't find the city, try another location, ensure your spelling is correct. So we want to display that to the user if and when they type in something that's not valid. So what we're going to do there is below our input form here, I'm just going to say, hey, if an error exists, if that value is not null, then I want to show a div that contains the error. Okay, so if an error value exists, if it exists, then show a div. Maybe. Come on. All right, there we go. If the error value exists, then show a div that contains the error information. Okay? And I'm going to give this a little styling as well. So I'm just going to say, hey, it's an alert. And it's going to be a danger alert. Give it to make it be red. Alert danger. And we can give it also the role of alert. I honestly forget what this does, but there you go. All right. So now if we get an error back from the API, this should pop up a red lined error box that will show our error and tell the user what to do.
Rejabin just followed.
Thank you, Reg. Miran says a lot of these framework mechanics are a bit magical. Things get abstracted away, but I suppose that's the point. Yeah. So that's kind of what frameworks do, right? Is they take the basics and they make it so you don't have to have your hands in every little thing. Now, that's a great thing to save you time and effort. However, a lot of the times that's why we go back to basics and we build things in vanilla JavaScript sometimes. Um, we manually set things up rather than using additional tools, because we also can't forget the basics. We should know how things are supposed to work so that we can know when things go wrong, right? Oh, I am tricks. Don't hate TypeScript. It's just hard to keep up with TypeScript when somebody's coding something in JavaScript, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's okay if you have to convert to JavaScript. It's all right. Mattel says JavaScript motto should be you can't make an omelet without breaking some eggs. 100%. Yeah, Regvon, I think you're correct. You can destructure an array. Yep, absolutely. If anything returns an array, you can destructure it. Yeah. Yeah, you figured it out, Amtrix. Yeah, you can use that TypeScript hack of setting it to type any. Yep, absolutely. Is it good practice? No. Does it work? Yes. I love it. Nice. Shortcuts, baby. Okay, so now we're displaying an error if we get an error. However, if we do get a valid result back, we want to then display that instead. So if our error quality data state has something in it, gotta put that in brackets. So if our error quality data state has something in it, then we want to show that. And what we're going to show in here is what we're going to show in here is I'm just going to have an empty fragment. And inside of this fragment, I also need my close bracket here. There we go. All right, so inside of this fragment, I want to have both my air quality, oops, I hate doing comment. I'm going to do this instead. There we go. Air quality card component and my pollutant info component. We haven't built those components yet, so for now I'm just denoting that's where they're going to go. But also, and I'm assuming that folks are familiar with this syntax and what I'm doing here. Does anybody need me to explain what's happening here? Feel free to say yes. It's okay. I just don't want to explain something that if folks already know what this is, what sorcery I'm doing here. Oh, you want me to explain it? Okay, that's great. Yeah, that's fine. So this is essentially just shorthand. Um, and all this is saying is if there is a value inside of this, variable or whatever, in this case, it's a state variable, but in general, if there is a value in here, if it's not null, it's considered what we call truthy. So, things can be true or false, or they can have values that are implied to be true, or results that are implied to be true or implied to be false. In this case, if since we don't have any kind of a condition here, if we're not saying that like error is greater than 0 or whatever, we're just putting, hey, if there is something in this value, if there's something in this variable, then it's considered truthy. Okay, so think of this as true, right? If it's true, then do whatever is to the right of these two ampersands. If true, then do this stuff. If this is null, if there's nothing in here, it's considered falsy. Then, if it's false, don't do any of this. Just skip it. It's kind of like an if else statement, except there's no else, right? So if false or falsy, don't do any of this. Just skip it. Which makes sense as what we're trying to do here, right? If there's no error, we don't want to display this div at all. There's nothing to display. So just skip it. And if there is air quality data, then we want to display these components. If not, then we want them to be skipped. Miran says, what's the benefit of doing this way over just using an if statement? Well, you don't need to. In this case, we know that there is no else, right? There's no else here, so we can just skip it and move on. It's kind of nice to use this short. There's obviously you never, it's JavaScript, right? You never have to do it one particular way. You could definitely do if else if you prefer. But in this case, we kind of have two separate blocks that we're considering here. And so if there's nothing to show here, we skip it. If there's nothing to show here, we also skip it. And the reason we're doing this instead of like an if error is null, then do this, is because when the page first loads, both of these are going to be null, right? So when the page first loads, we're not going to have any data, and we're also not going to have any errors. So these two are mutually exclusive. We need to consider them to be mutually exclusive from each other and not consider them to be like a one or the other. In the case of the page first loading, we want to skip them both. So that's kind of why this is the way it is. When the page first loads, both of these are going to be false. We skip rendering both sections here. And then in general, once we start getting data back from the API, it's going to be one or the other. I hope that makes sense. Yeah, and the official name for it is called short circuiting. But that phrase really doesn't, it doesn't really tell you what it, like how it works or anything, right? But yes, the official name for it is short circuiting. Yeah. Now, once again, you could have two if else statements here. You absolutely could. But this is quicker, I think, and it really gets to exactly what you're trying to do, which is if it's there, render the div. If it's not, then don't. All right, I'll save that. I think I need to also restart the app. Sorry, npm start. Mm-hmm. There we go. So now we can see I've got some Bootstrap going on. We can tell Bootstrap is installed because all of my fonts are now sans serif. I can see that I have things in a container because I have some margin now. So that tells me Bootstrap is working. So now I want to go in and I want to add some styling to my city search component. So I've changed files. I've gone into my city search component. And I'm just going to add a little bit of styling to the form box. Not a ton, just a little. So on the form, I'm going to give the form a class name and just give it a little bit of margin of MB4, just a little bit. And then for my input box, I'm going to give that a class name of form control. So that'll have some built-in styling. Form control. And then on my button, I'm going to give that some built-in styling of just button and then button primary. So that'll make it nice and blue. And margin top 3. I think that's all we're going to do there. Yay, styling. And let's see, did I miss I want to make sure I didn't miss no, I think that's right. That's what I want.
May's thoughts just followed.
Thank you for the follow, May's thoughts. Hey, Indifferent, good to see you. It's so awesome to have you here. Indifferent is one of the MVPs of the 100 Devs community, so thank you for stopping in, Indifferent. And they said if statements also don't work in JSX blocks, it would need to be a ternary operator. Great point. Yeah, so we could still do like an if else type thing, but we would just need to be done in a ternary. But they say, Indifferent says, but since React 18, so the newer version of React, short circuiting has been the suggested method. Yeah, thank you so much for clarifying that there, Indifferent. I appreciate it. Hey, May's Thoughts, good to see you. Yeah, Spaghetti, if you'd like to get started with React, we did a 8-part series going through the React docs step by step from start to finish. Parts 1 through 7 are on my YouTube channel, and part 8 and our finish on the in the project we built is going to be going on to YouTube today, if I remember, but most likely, I mean, practically probably next week because I will forget. It's how my brain works. All right, so that's our styling there. I think that looks good. So now we've styled this. So I think we're essentially done with the city search part. So let's go on to our next component. Now that we're using Bootstrap, I want to go on and go ahead and build our air quality card. So the card that displays the city name, air quality information, and gives it a background color based on the severity of the pollution. Yeah, some folks who are more familiar with Angular, seeing the other side. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. And folks are always going to have preferences, right? We say that a lot, right? It's fine to have something that you prefer over something else. I like Bootstrap. A lot of people don't like Bootstrap. Um, and that's okay. I think what's important is that you expose yourself to as much of this stuff as you can, as much of the different options that are out there. And so that can allow you to have well informed preferences and reasons that you prefer one platform or framework over another, right? All my buddies do React. All right, let's go ahead and build our air quality card component. So once again, we're being baddies here. We're being baddies writing bad code, and I'm just going to dump this into my source folder right here. You could always reorganize this later to have a component folder, but we're keeping it simple today. And so I'm going to call it air quality card. Yes, thank you for sharing that knowledge and different. Appreciate that. All right, so first thing I'm going to do here in my air quality card is I'm just going to import React. Now you might say, but this looks different than what we did before, right? Why aren't you importing use state? Well, let's think about what this particular component is doing. What this particular component is doing is just getting information that's passed into it and displaying it. At no point is this display card going to be making any updates to the state. So we don't need to pass down use state. We can just it's a read only component, right? It's only reading information that it's given. It's not doing any updates. So we don't need to pass in use state. It's not going to need to be doing any transmission back up the chain. Thank you for the
Gazelle
follow.
underscore just followed.
Thank you, Gazelle. Oh, maybe you don't need to import React anymore, Bob. Yeah, maybe you don't. It doesn't seem to hurt anything. But yeah, I think I have some bad habits from the previous version. So maybe you don't need to do the import. That's great if you don't. Okay, awesome. So the code in the repo does have the imports. You can try taking them out and seeing what happens. Um, that's nice. If that's true, that's great. Luckily, it doesn't seem to hurt anything. All right, so we're going to create a new component here called air quality card. Oh, and just air quality card. And what we're passing into this is essentially just going to be all the data that we got from the API. So that big nasty object, y'all saw that, right? That big gnarly object. We haven't done anything with it yet. We're just going to pass it into this component, and we're going to extract what we need within the component. We're gonna reach into here, and we're going to pull out what we want and what we need. Now, I say component here, right? Because that's what we're building. We're building a React component. But how can I tell, like, if I was just looking at this and I didn't know we were working with React, aside from the import statement, how could I tell that this is a component and not a function, not a regular JavaScript function? Just with only this information here, how can I tell that this is a component and not a function just by looking at it? Even if I didn't have this part, even if I didn't have all this, just by looking at the basic declaration, how can I tell it's a component and not a function? Ah, I got you, Dan. I guess I picked up a bad habit somewhere. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, yeah, you're right, spaghetti. It's exactly. So think about how we normally declare functions. Think about how we normally declare functions in JavaScript, right? Standard practice is lowercase starting word, uppercase second word, right? Camel case. However, with React components, we always declare them with capital letter first, and then every subsequent word also capitalized. So that's how we can tell it's a React component just by looking at it. And that's how also React identifies that it is also a React component. React does require it, yeah. But visually, that's also how we as humans can see it as well. Yeah, you need to do that. React does require that. Yeah, modern React is function based. However, previous older versions of React were class based, absolutely. And you can still do either one. There's nothing preventing you, there's nothing locking you out of doing class based React. But modern React standards are function based. But your code base, I don't think your code base is going to break if it's all built on class based React. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is we're going to reach into this data that we're passing in and we're going to pull some stuff out. Now, we talked about destructuring before, right? We talked about destructuring before. I want to reach into this data object and I want to pull some stuff out of it. So the way that I can do that is by destructuring it. Now I'm destructuring this object. So this is the standard kind of format that I would use to do that. And on the left side of the equal sign is where I reach into the object and I pull out what I want. So I want to do AQI city dominant. Now, I think dominant is spelled wrong, but whatever. That's how it's spelled in the API, so we gotta work with it. All right, I'm gonna pull that out. And indifferent says in some instances you still do need class-based components, like with error boundaries. Okay, good to know. Yeah, indifferent is much better with React than I am. So high-level React questions, uh, indifference response will likely, override mine at any point if I get something wrong. They're extremely good with React and most things. All right, so let's do that for now. We're going to do a little styling with this later, but let's keep it simple for the moment. So my return then is going to just return a div, and we're going to give it we're going to style it like a card in a minute. But for now, let's just get the basic structure, and then we'll add the styling. So we're going to have a div, and inside that div, I'm going to go ahead and do like an H5, I think. And then that's going to be, I just want my H5 to be the name of the city. So that'll be the biggest thing in the card, and we'll have that be the name of the city. So I'm going to dig into city that we've already pulled out of our data object. So what we're doing here is we're drilling down into the object. We have our data object, and we've pulled out city, which is also an object. And so if I just want to get the name of the city, I'm going to say city.name. So I think let me just do this. If I save this, it's still running. Let's do this. All right, so if we go back to our console log here, and we look at the object that we're getting back, we should be able to visualize that. Yeah, so as you can see, data is the outer object that's wrapping the entire thing. That's called data, and that's what we're passing into our component. Now, from inside of data, we're extracting specific things. We're extracting AQI, which is right here. So that's just a key value pair. But city is in itself an object. And so it has various things that we can extract from inside of it. And so that's why we're doing city.name. We're just saying city.name. Okay? We could also get city.url, city.location, whatever. City. Spatial coordinates. But we're not dealing with any of that right now. We just want city.name. Okay. Joe Coco Grandma says, gotta find my Rascal 2 in different coast notepad doc. Yeah, so Startup Builder says data object is like input data from the parent component. It is. So what we're doing, Startup Builder, let's just remind ourselves real quick where this is coming from. What we're doing is we're retrieving it. We're retrieving data from the API, and we're storing it in our air quality data piece of state. And so we're going to pass all that data, that big massive object, we're going to pass it into our air quality card as a prop, just the whole object as a prop. And then we're going to reach into that prop, into that object, and pull out only what we want. And then, drill down further if we need to in this case. Hopefully that helps. Let me know if it doesn't make sense. It's okay if it doesn't make sense. There's nothing wrong with that. That just means I can explain it in a different way. All right, and then next we're going to show the air quality index. And I'm just going to have that be the AQI, because if you recall, when we looked at the object, AQI is just a key value pair. So we don't need to drill into that at all. It's just one value, AQI. And then last thing I think I want, I need two more things. I need the dominant pollutant and the time last updated. Hey, LN Media, how's it going? Mtrix says, may I send the GitHub repos link here for your repo with your TypeScript? Yeah, you can post it here if you want. Okay, so what do I want to do? I'm going to do this. The dominant pollutant, I think, is just going to be a P paragraph, and then dominant pollutant. Also, too, if chat's moving quickly and I miss somebody's question, feel free to ask again, or somebody else in chat may also be able to answer. So don't feel bad if I, miss your question. It's just because I didn't see it, which happens, especially when chat is hopping, which I like. All right, and the last thing is just whenever the time that was last updated. So again, time is itself an object. So if I do time dot, I just need to figure out what I'm drilling into there. And so you can see here, time is an object, and inside of time, I want, what do I want? Yeah, I want S. That's the date time format that I want. So we're just going to do time.s, and that will show up there. Okay. And also, so now I'm just going to go ahead and save this. And we can test and see if the component is going to display. It's going to look nasty because we haven't added any styling yet, but we can test that our logic is working and that the data will display on the screen. Oh, thank you, Mdrix. So let's just test and see if this stuff is going to display. And then we'll style it. So what I need to do first then is actually reference this component. So I'm going back to app.js. Move this over a little bit here. I'm going to go back to app.js. And now that I've built my air quality card component, I can actually call it. So first thing I'm going to do is import it up top. So I'm going to import air quality card. Okay, it didn't read it. It's interesting, but that's all right. We can import it manually like this. There we go. Import air quality card. And call the component down here. All right. Now, what else do I need to do here? Oh, I need to put it inside of my parent element. Sorry. Move this down. I can reference this component just fine. This is gonna, that's fine. But what else do I need to do to give this component what it needs to function? What's missing here? Like syntactically, this is correct, but what else do I need to do here? Yeah, exactly. I need to pass in the data from the API, right? The data that we're storing in our state. I need to pass that into this component so it can go into that object and pull out the information that it needs, right? Yeah, I need to pass that in as a prop. So, what did I call it? Let me see. Yeah. So, I'm going to pass in a prop called data, and it's just going to be everything that we got back from the API. So, everything in air quality data, we're going to pass in as a prop called data into that component. Okay, got an error. Oh, oh, look at that. So let's troubleshoot this. What's wrong? What did I do wrong? This is a little troubleshooting practice. I see what's wrong. Do you? Don't panic when you get an error because it's usually telling you what the problem is. Ah, yes, that's right. Inside of my air quality card, we're missing the export statement. Yep. So inside of air quality card, I forgot to do the export. And I warned you guys about that before, right? I forgot. There we go. I'll save it. Yay! Now we can see that we're getting the information back. Active recall. Yeah, it was all a test, right? I did it on purpose. Bob says it compiles with no errors. On search, I get data is not iterable. Interesting. Okay. Um, so that sounds like it might be a problem with. Sounds like it might be a problem with your city search component. Maybe double check that against the repo and make sure that it matches up. Data is not iterable. That's an interesting one because we're not doing any. We have done zero iteration here. We've done no mapping, none of that. So I might double check your city search component and make sure that your form is behaving the way you expect. It does return the object. Okay, that's good. So I'm glad you checked that. Um,
Today you called us just followed.
oh, thank you, Tadeu. So Champo, I don't currently have a working repo set up for this, but I mean I already have the local repo set up, so I can push to it real quick. Let me just get a new terminal going. So let's see. Oops. Ah, forgot to cd. Sorry, cd. Okay, I'll do that. I'll set up a quick remote repo here. So anybody that is hung up, you can check the progress against what we've done so far versus against the finished product. So, all right, do git and git commit got data from API. And I will set up a repo super fast. Okay. Hooray. All right. So the working repo is here. I'll paste that a few times. So that's what we've done so far. Oh, Bob says you destructured it. Okay. So you used, what did you use? You did square brackets instead of loopy brackets. Yeah, nice. Good troubleshooting, Bob. And you also forgot the .s. Okay, so it probably got an object when it expected, a single value. Yeah, that was probably why. Good troubleshooting. Good job. Okay, so we'll go ahead and take a break. This is a good spot. We've got our data displaying, and now really we just need to style it for our air quality card, um, and add some color coding. Perfect. And for anybody who's catching up, you can look at our progress so far and make sure your code matches mine. All right, I'm going to set the timer for 5 minutes. I'll see you all back here in 5. Okay, folks, we got about a minute left in the break, so come on back when you're ready. Let's add some color and style to our display card. Alrighty. Also, be sure, as this is kind of a longer stream, please be sure that you're hydrating, that you are, taking care of yourself and getting up and stretching. Don't just sit there. It's not good for you. And if you got to take a break and go do something else for a while, go eat dinner, whatever, go do that. You can always come back and catch up on the VOD. All right, I'm going to go ahead and stop the timer and get my camera back on here. Maybe. All right, there we go. And we're back. Okay, welcome back, folks. Once again, if you want to catch up to where we are, you can look at the GitHub that I just posted in chat. It's the air quality index underscore demo. That is the working repo that we're currently making changes to and adding things to. If you want to look at the finished repo, you can do !project. All right, let's do some styling. So I want to do some styling on my air quality card in that component. Mittel says potato mode disengaged. What is potato mode? Couch potato? I like the sound of potato mode though. I would like to learn more. All right, so one nice thing about Bootstrap is it has built-in things called cards, and so cards are kind of just those lightly bordered boxes. Um, and then inside of cards, you can have various sort of like sub-styling things, like card title, card body, and all of those have kind of built-in appearances. So that's kind of what we're going to use here. So for my outer div, I'm going to give it a class name of just card. And I'm going to use tick marks here. So we're going to use tick marks for a reason. And I'll tell you what that is in a minute. I got to close my div. Doesn't like it. Oh, come on. Why don't you like that? Oh, I need to put an yeah. I need to wrap it in curly brackets. There we go. I'll get it eventually. All right. Now I have an extra div. Okay. It's all right. So I'm putting my card, my styling here in curly brackets, and I'm also going to curly brackets and tick marks, and I'm also going to give it a bottom margin, and so that's kind of be the outer card wrapper, which has built-in styling. And then inside of that, I'm actually going to add another div here, and this is going to be my card body. So inside of my div, oops, we go. Just insider div here. This is going to be for the card body styling, which again, it just has some default built-in behaviors that so we don't have to do all this stuff manually. Card body, okay. And then for my H5 here, I'm going to give that the class name of card title. We can kind of see a trend here, right? Card title. My H6 is going to be card subtitle. Okay, card subtitle, and give it a little bit of a bottom margin. And yeah, we'll stick with that. The dominant pollutant here is just going to have a class name of card text. And same for the last updated. Okay, and you can grab these from the repo if you want to, finish repo. Now, as soon as I clicked save on that, as soon as I saved it, you can see how the formatting has now changed to be sort of a single cohesive card, right? Cods, yes, Traversy Media, calling them cods, yes. Dan says yes, cards are like rectangles, but better. Yeah, it's like your border box, your classic CSS border box on steroids. Yep, yeah, cards are fun. They have a lot of lovely built-in behaviors and styling that makes them really easy to use. And I also like how they look. They're very easy to see and identify. So that's our styling there. Now the other thing that I want to add here is in the finished product, if I type in something like New York and it has an air quality index like that's unhealthy, we can see that the color of the card has actually changed. It's yellow to reflect whatever this value is. And I think if I type in something like Seattle, we can see that their air quality index is fine. It's 21. So this card is now green. I want a very nice, quick visual indicator that will change the card color based on whatever that air quality index is, and give a quick visual indicator based on what the EPA says is like acceptable levels of pollutants. So I want to add a little bit of custom styling to this as well that will change the background color of the card based on, whatever that value is. LN Media says, is there a red card color? Yes. There's a red card color. There's an orange card color. There's a red card color. There's even a purple card color for when the air quality is like unimaginable, like it was in New York on Wednesday. Yeah, there's the EPA actually has like specific designated colors for air quality levels. So we're going to use those colors that are specified by the EPA. All right, so we're going to set up a little bit of logic. And we're just going to do that. All we're going to do to do that is just build a quick function. So we're going to say get card color. Now we can tell that this is a regular JavaScript function and not a component, right? Because I use camel case. So this is a component, capital letter. This is not a component, lowercase letter, right? So quick way to identify it, just visually, what's a component, what's not. So essentially this is just going to be, you could do, I probably should have done a switch statement here, but I just did a big if else because I was feeling lazy. So, um, you know, so AQI is less than or equal to 50. I don't know if I want to type all this out like by hand, but I'll do a little bit of it. I want to return a specific styling. So background is going to be success, which is green. Like this is a built-in bootstrap. Text is going to be white because it looks better against a green background. So it's going to look like this. Text white, and then else if. Okay, I'm going to copy and paste the rest of this. Y'all shouldn't have to sit here and watch me type it out. You can get it from the finished repo, and so you can copy and paste it too. This is kind of tedious and not really, yeah. All right, and then I think I am, let's see here. Oh yeah, I'm missing a closing bracket there, I think. Maybe? No. Okay, I'm just going to copy the whole thing. There we go. Okay. I was missing my my arrow there. All right, so essentially what all we're saying here is if air quality is less than 50, then return green background with white text. Less than 100, return a warning background. Again, that's default styling. If it's less than 150, return an orange background. Less than 200, return danger background, which I think is red, with white text. If it's less than 300, then return BG very unhealthy. Now, very unhealthy is not a built-in bootstrap style. So we're actually going to need to do a little bit of CSS. Now, bear with me here. It's okay. We're going to get through this together. We can do CSS. We remember, right?
Ted Hedron just followed.
Thank you, Ted. Follow for CSS. Yeah. Woo! Yes, Navar. Follow for CSS.
Navarskus just followed.
Anything but that. Yeah, so we're gonna have to do a little bit of CSS for, I think it's for these two, for BG very unhealthy and BG hazardous. The CSS, it burns like Gollum with the ring when he puts the ring on, or when he puts the rope around him. It's like it burns us. Yeah, absolutely, it burns us. But yes, anyway, CSS, we're gonna have to do a little bit of that. That's okay, we'll live. Let's apply these values first, and then we'll build out our like 2 lines of CSS. So what I'm going to do is after I get this data, this big old API object, after I get it fed in as a prop into this component, I'm destructuring it, I'm pulling out these various elements. And so really all I want to do is read the AQI, pass it into this function, and have it return the correct style. So since I've built the function already, all I need to do is we're just going to declare a new constant to store, oops, new constant called card color. We're going to call that get card color function, pass in the AQI, and store whatever we get back. It's just going to be a string, one of these styles here. I'm going to store that in card color, and then we can just apply that coloration to our card div. That's why I had to use the ticks here, right? The ticks in the curly brackets, because we're going to use a template literal and apply card color as an additional class. So this class will vary depending this class will vary depending on the results of this function, right? So we can make this, that's how we make that card color change depending on the air quality. Totally Rat says, I like CSS. That's awesome. I'm glad you do. I envy those who are really good at who are really good at styling web pages. I do. I have a lot of envy for them. As when I see a web page that's like really immaculately styled and obviously, cohesive and like they clearly thought through all the elements and like it works together really well. Like I'm always like, wow, that is so cool. And generally that takes a really good understanding of CSS to make something that doesn't look boilerplate, but like still looks good. That's awesome.
Veer 7x just followed.
Yeah, we like to joke. See, and Totally Rat and Goob Goob. We like to joke about CSS on the stream, but because I'm a back end developer, I'm a SQL developer, but no, it's CSS is legit. Just like with any tool, it absolutely has its purpose, and it can be really great for making really beautiful pages. I'm just not very good at it. Thank you for the follow, Virex. Thank you for the follow. All right, so now our card should be able to change color depending on whatever gets passed in. So we can test that really quickly. I think I need to, oh, yeah, okay. The app is still running and I didn't save it. Okay, now it's saved. All right, there we go. So we can see it's already working, right? If I reload, we'll try, somebody give me a city. What city should I try? Denver? Okay. Yay! That makes sense, right? 21, that's in the green. Okay, Riyadh, sure. Riyadh, Sao Paulo. Okay, gotta make sure I spell that right. Riyadh. Yeah, there we go. It's a good day. Yeah, and what I like about this API is it also returns if a city is uses has a primary alphabet that's not English, or if they have another primary language, it also displays the name in that language as well, which I appreciate. Um, let's see, Sao Paulo. I'm genuinely curious to see how that works because of the special character in Sao Paulo. We'll see. Oh, it worked. Awesome. Nice. Everybody's having a good air day. Delhi. Oh, okay. So we haven't added I forgot to add our custom styles. So we need to add our custom styles to the CSS in order for that to display. So I'm going to leave that pulled up. And we need to go into our app.css. So we have the CSS file here that's just been kind of sitting around empty. And we need to put in the 3 missing styles. So if I do that, pop this in save. So the 3 styles that we didn't previously have were BG orange, which is a custom background color, BG very unhealthy, which is a sort of a very purple, then BG hazardous, which is a dark red. So do exclamation point project if you want to get these from the repo, or yeah, or the Moobot just posted it automatically because it was reading my mind. So Moobot just posted it automatically in chat. Go into the repo, um, go into the source folder, go into app.css, and just you can just grab these three. And now, theoretically, if I were to do another search here, let me reload this. Oh, still not working. Okay, what's going on here? Let me look at the styling. I probably missed a style. Okay, let me double check. I'm glad. Thank you for whoever suggested Delhi, because that showed that I've got something missing here. So some of the styles are working, some of them aren't. Okay. Go back to air quality card. First, I'm going to make sure that I'm importing app.css, and I think I am. So in my app.js, I'm just going to double check that. Yeah, so I'm importing app.css, so that should be reading it. I don't think we actually need the style tag in this case. Let me see. Hazardous. Okay. Card color. Popping that in there because card color is working. So for some, but I see what you mean. You're asking about the style tag itself. Yeah, maybe I did miss that.
Jalapeno just followed.
Thank you for the follow, jalapeno. Yeah, it is React. So yeah, I didn't think we needed a style tag. I don't think I have one. Let's see, 112. Not getting any errors, I don't think. So if I look at the styles for the card specifically, if anybody figures it out, you get a cookie. Haven't spotted it yet. I did save, didn't I? I did, yes. Okay. Okay, that's a heck of a name. Lawnfair. It's Welsh. I'm not even going to try to pronounce it. Okay, we can try that one as well. Nope. Okay, well, let's keep going with the logic, and then we'll come back at the end and we'll troubleshoot why the styling isn't working. But if anybody figures it out in the meantime, let me know. It's that's small potatoes for now. Let's finish with the rest of the structure, and then some of the styles are working, some of them aren't. So the last thing we'll do is we will troubleshoot why that's not happening. Yeah, it looks like it's being cascaded out for some reason, which I don't quite get, but that's all right. We'll figure it out. No, you're okay, Ilku. It's all right. It's okay. Yeah, I noticed that. It looks like it was being crossed out from the card class. Card MB4. That matches what I did before. That's all right. We'll figure it out. Card. Important and call it a day. Dr. Moto, exclamation point Leon for the Discord. Yeah. All right, that's all right. We'll figure it out at the end. It's just styling. It's okay. It's not that important. So we've got our component working, right? So I missed, let's see, we got another one, Ciara. Oh, that's a pretty city name. Ciara. Where is that? Nothing coming back for that one. But we got Riyadh and Sao Paulo. Yeah. Stingerton says there's a typo in dominant pollutant. You are absolutely correct. I spelled it wrong. it's to be fair, it's also spelled out in the API wrong. It's spelled wrong in the API as well. Dominant pollutant. All right, there we go. Now that's fixed. Ah, Bob figured it out. Good job, Bob. All right, what did we do wrong? Make your app.css import the last thing imported in app. Aha, yes. Yep, you are correct, Bob, and I see why that happened because we imported the CSS style sheet first, but we imported Bootstrap last. Everything from Bootstrap overrode all of our custom CSS. So, what was the one that caused the, let's see, Delhi? It was Delhi, right? Good catch. Oh, no, it's still not working. Wait, maybe I need to, let me do this. I'm going to do npm start, restart it. Oh, what was it? Did I read it wrong? Oh, app.js is working now. Okay. Yay! I just had to do a restart. Yeah, so Bob, you were absolutely on the right track there. It was about the import order that was the problem. Um, because yeah, we imported Bootstrap last, so it applied all those styles overwrote all of our CSS. Yep. Yay! Thanks, Bob. You get a cookie. All right. So I think we are done with this particular component then. Thank you for the follow, No Weed.
No weed underscore if you're just followed.
Thank you. So I think we're done with our air quality card component. Now, if we look back at the finished product again, the next component is just going to be the information about the pollutants. And so really all this is doing, this is going to be a very simple component. All it's doing is it's reading the dominant pollutant and it's just looking at a grid and it's displaying whatever matches that dominant pollutant. So there's a finite list of pollutants that this API measures. It only measures like 7 or 8 or something like that, and so we can just put that information in an array or an object, and just have it read the correct one. So this component isn't going to be too hairy. We're going to go ahead and create a new component called pollutant info. So once again, just at the source level, we're going to create a new component called pollutant.
XNF Carbon just followed.
Thank you for the follow, XNF Carbon. Stingard said, "That's good to know. I feel like it would have taken a long time for me to find that myself." Yeah, that was excellent troubleshooting, Bob. Thank you for that. So pollutant info, we got that. And so really, pollutant info is just going to take in whatever pollutant is the dominant one, and then just read the correct value. Now, for this one, I did remember to do a switch statement, so I think that's the better fit here. Now, I'm going to try and test the theory that we talked about before that you don't need import statements, that you don't need to import React. I'm going to try not doing that, and we'll see if it works. So const pollute. Okay, I can spell, I promise. Pollutant info. We're going to pass in just whatever pollutant it is. Pollutant is really hard to say. And if I say it in my super American accent, it just comes out as pollutant. I'm trying to enunciate properly, but it's hard. All right. So I'm going to call it icky. Now, inside of this component, I'm just going to declare a function which is going to contain my switch case. So const get pollutant. All right, there we go. The pollutant info. I'm going to pass in the value that I put in as a prop here. That's what's going to get passed in. And then later on, so I'm going to declare this function now, and then we're going to call it a little bit later on. All right. Now, once again, for this one, I'm going to copy and paste. There's no way I'm typing each of these cases out by hand. you shouldn't either. Go to the repo and get it from there. Um, and after I finish with this component, I'm going to do another push to our working repo. So if you're just catching up, you can be at the same point that we are in the project. But for now, if you want to grab this stuff right now, do exclamation point project, which will take you to the completed version, and you can go into the same file and just grab everything out. Now, another thing here too, we talked a little bit earlier about ChatGPT. One thing that I found super useful when I was building this app was using ChatGPT to generate these quick summaries of what these pollutants are. You know, tell me what each of these are. I just passed in the list that the API keeps track of, and I said, "Hey, ChatGPT, give me like a two-sentence summary of each of these pollutants." And it was able to do that for me. Now, is it going to be 100% accurate? I have no idea. That's the problem with using ChatGPT, right? Is that you never know what you're going to get, if it's going to be right, if it's going to be wrong. Um, and so I wouldn't take these as gospel, but what I will say is that I think they look right. But don't take it as scientific fact or anything. Don't take anything that ChatGPT says as scientific fact. But I did find it extremely helpful to use ChatGPT to help me generate these things. Because otherwise, it's just busy work, right? And then so we have our switch case here. And if you're familiar with switch cases, this is just the standard format. Um, we take in a value, right? Switch cases work in the way that they take in a single value and then they compare it against a list of test cases. So in this case, we have a finite list of specific pollutants, right? So it's going to check and see if the value that's been passed in matches any of these. And if it does, then it's going to return this specific value. Now, if it doesn't match any of the values, then it's going to go to the default statement, which is no information available. Now, you might see this occasionally there's some stations like that return a value from the API, but they're like missing a value for primary pollutant. And so it will return, you'll see this get returned sometimes. Dr. Moda says chemicals shouldn't be capitalized. Oh, I see what you're talking about. Yeah. So as far as like these aren't proper names, and so they shouldn't be capitalized. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, I'm not going to change it though. But I see what you mean. Yeah, technically correct, the best kind of correct. Okay, so now we've declared this big old switch statement function. That's a -2 on your lab report. Gosh, I'm so glad I don't have to do chemistry anymore. So now we've declared the function, we can reference it in our return statement for the component. So just to kind of reorient ourselves, right? We have this outside wrapper here. This is a component. Inside of the component, we've declared a function, which I can actually collapse here. This is a regular old function. And so inside the return statement for the component, we can then call this function. T. Grotman says, the first rule of technical writing is to know what the rules are so you can intentionally break them. I like that. That's kind of the general philosophy with JavaScript, right? Is know the rules, know what you're supposed to be doing, and then know when you're allowed to flagrantly break them. Yep, absolutely. All right, so what I want to do here, it's going to be fairly simple. Again, we're just going to have another card. So we can, and I'm going to do styles as we go here this time since we have Bootstrap installed. Just going to do a div and make it a card. And we could also even have the card itself be a component. So by that, I'm talking about the wrapper, the card wrapper. That itself could be a component. If you want, you can take this card MB4 styling and put it in a component and then just pass the contents in as children. So that's something we actually saw in the official React docs when we were going through those. You could 100% do that. But for now, we're just doing it manually. It's a little easier to follow. But yeah, you could put the wrapper in its own component. Even probably like this and then the next thing we're going to do, which is the card body. You could put all this like these two divs in their own component and then pass the contents in as children. All right, now inside of here, we're going to do another div for, we're going to do an H4. Stupid Emmett. Doesn't like me anymore. That's all right. Class name on this is going to be card title. Once again, these are built-in Bootstrap styles. Card title. And then card title is really just going to be whatever the pollutant name is. So pollutant dot to uppercase, just for styling purposes, and space information. All right, save that. Information. And then below the H4, let's do just a P, just do a paragraph tag. This is where we're going to put the, we're going to call our get pollutant info function. Call that. And once again, pass in the pollutant. You'll figure it out, Chanpo. I'm sure you will. All right, we'll save that. And I think that should do it. Oh, what did I forget? Once again, I forgot the export statement. Export default. There we go. Okay. Yeah, and we could do, so as Bob said, we could also do, a similar color thing like we did for the top card here. I really wanted the top card to, in my view of this, I wanted the top card to stand out. So that's the only thing I added color to. But if you want to have them all be color, that's absolutely fine. You could do the same thing that we did for this one and just copy the logic. Yep. Okay, so let's check and see how it looks. Let's see, which one am I on? Okay, there we go. All right, refresh this. Look at Delhi again. Oh, and I'm not calling the I'm not referencing the component either. Whoopsie, that's not going to work. So now I need to once again import pollutant info, and then I can finally reference that component down below. So pollutant info, and into there, let me remind myself of what we need to pass in here. So once again, like we did before, we need to pass in a specific prop, right? The component needs to read something into it. It needs to read in the pollutant information. So I'm going to pass in a prop called pollutant. And how I retrieve that prop is I don't want to pass in the entire object that we're getting back from the API. That's too much. This component only needs one thing. It only needs one thing that we're getting back from the API. So what I can do is go into our state value, which is holding everything we got back from the API, right? It's holding all the data we got back. And I can just drill straight down to the dominant pollutant. And that's a specific value in the object. It's only going to pass that value through into the component. Now, before you say anything that dominant is spelled wrong, that's on purpose this time. It's actually spelled wrong in the API, which I've actually found more than once in various APIs. They spell things wrong a lot in APIs, which is fine. I mean, I'm never going to look a gift horse in the mouth, but you just got to be aware of that. Sometimes they will, spell things wrong. C says, I was just typing it. Yeah, you thought you caught me out there, but you didn't. All right, I'm going to save that. We're referencing the component now. It's giving a non-maintained error. That's okay. Dominant. I don't know that dominant is a reserved keyword, is it? Okay, there we go. So now when I search for Delhi again, we get our nice styling and we get information about the primary pollutant. So if I look at something like Seattle, once again, we can see. Now here we can see how React behaves, right? So here, this component, our top component, had to re-render because we typed in different information up here and we got something different back from the API. So this component right here re-rendered. This component down here didn't have to because nothing changed. No change. So this component could stay the same. This component re-rendered. Let me see if I do New York. Yeah, once again, color change, but same here. Poor New York. We do, let's see, what's a good one? Tokyo. There we go. So now we get a different display there. Do Boston? Sure. Yeah. So Boston's doing better. That's good. Good for Boston. Dr. Moto says, where's the API based? I noticed the default city was Shanghai. Yeah, it does say somewhere on the site. Made in somewhere. I don't. I'm sorry. I'm an American. I don't read other alphabets. Hopefully you can see that. But yeah, it says made in wherever. But they take in data from they collaborate with uh, uh, EPA organizations around the world. So it's a global because they get data from observer platforms and environmental protection agencies around the world. Drunk Grandma, is that a reference to The Departed? Ah, okay, Beijing. Hey, Kylondo, good to see you. Yeah, I got it. I got you, Jungle Grandma. I got your reference. Good movie. Okay, so perfect. We put in our two missing cards there. So now both of these cards will render if we get valid data back from the API. So if our air quality data state variable has something in it, meaning we got something back from the API, then both of these components will render. If not, then our error component will render instead. So perfect. Dr. Moto says they make you watch The Departed and Goodwill Hunting before you can get a library card here. Okay, that's freaking hilarious. I love it. Good choices, though. I mean, really. Okay, so next up, the last thing we're going to do is just put together a little reference table. And this reference table is just going to contain information about air quality levels, uh, provided by, that are sort of the global standard for air quality and what the numbers mean, essentially, which I think is really valuable. If you're just looking at this, you're like, is that like, how bad is that? Is that okay? Like, or close to bad, or what is it? So I thought it would be useful to just have a little range down here. So this isn't going to be too hard, but it is going to illustrate how React handles building things like tables, which I think is useful to review. All right, so last component is just going to be called air quality, quality levels table. All right. Oh, and I need to save app.js there. So air quality levels table is just going to be a table. Kylanda says, wow, this is cool. I'll catch the VOD later. Oh, yeah, no problem. Absolutely. Oh, and I said I was going to do a push up to the working repo, and I forgot. So my apologies. Git add dot, git commit, added styling, and pollutant card. Okay, and we'll do a push. All right, and once again, our working repo, so the not finished repo, but the one that's keeping track of our progress as we go, um, is this one right here. And the finished one is the one that Moobot just posted in chat there. So you've got them both side by side, whichever one you want to look at. Okay, so our last component here is just going to be called, air quality levels table. And this one's not going to take in any prompts because it doesn't need any, right? It's pretty static. It's never going to really going to refresh itself. Um, so we don't need to pass in any props to it. And then we're just going to have some, our standard levels. We're just going to pop those into an array. Now we could absolutely just declare the table by hand and like put in all of our tags, repeat the tags for the rows, repeat the tags for the, all the table tags over and over and over and over and over and over and over again for each of these levels. But do you really want to do that? Let's not do that. Let's use our brains. Let's be big brain smarty pants, and use something that's already built in to help us populate the table. We just need to declare the tags once and then loop through those tags as many times as we need to build our table. No worries, Liz. Oh, good. I'm glad you learned something. That's always the goal, right? So let's be smart about this. What's a way that, can anybody think of a way that you could take an array like this one? You take an array like this one, and you could figure out how many items it has in it and build something based on how many items are in it. What's a way that we could do that? What's a way that we could loop through this array and build as many rows as we need to fill this out? Any guesses? Now we could always set a loop for I to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, but it's possible. What if we wanted to add an additional range to this, right? It could be potentially a variable range table. We don't know. Yeah, so we've got so we've got some good guesses there, good options. So, as always with arrays and with JavaScript, there's more than one way to do stuff, right? However, I think in this case, the easiest way to loop through the arrays as many times as we need to. Oh, see that guy. Thank you for the follow.
That guy just followed.
To loop through this array as many times as we need to and return a modified version of each item with the table tags attached.
Legendary _ fantasy
Ooh,
_ studios just followed.
that sounds exciting. Thank you for the follow. So if we wanted to loop through it as many times as we need to and return each item with the tags attached, I think map is our best choice here. We don't got to get super fancy, but I think map is, it's a great all-purpose array method. And it'll do exactly what we want to do here in this particular case. Now, not saying there's not other ways you could do that, but I think in this case, I would like to use map. Saeed says nobody ever uses for each. Oh, I'm sorry. You can use it if you want to. I'm going to tell you what you got to do. So in our return statement here, we've already set up our array. We've already set up our array. And I think what I'm going to do here is kind of what we've been doing before, which is we're going to set up our card with our static styling. We're going to set up our card body and our card title. So real quick, I'm just going to go over to, one of our other objects that's already using this and just grab these divs with their styling attached. I'm just going to grab these and I'm going to just going to go over to like this one. I'm going to grab the basic card styling, card body, and card title styling. And I'm going to just drop it into right here. And I'm going to put my closing divs on. Here we go, div and div. Okay, so that should do what I needed to do. All right. So this one I'm actually going to do an H5 just because it looks better. And the title of this was just going to be air quality levels. Oh, welcome to the stream, Legendary Fantasy Studios. Great name, by the way. They said, "What you making, card game?" What we're making is actually uh, an air quality index checker. So this is what the finished product looks like. We're just building. This is a teaching stream, so we're building it from scratch. Um, and yeah, you can type in a particular city. Um, it hits an API, gives you the current air quality information about whatever the current primary pollutant is, and then information about the standard air quality levels, and what they mean. So it's data from the World Air Quality Index project, and we're just hitting their API. So just a fun little exercise. We're practicing some of our React skills, and some of the, practicing some of the standard behavior of React and how to work with it. Yeah, absolutely. Feel free to stick around if you want. Oh, yeah, and some great points there. Bob says map returns a new array. That's correct. Yeah. So it's important to remember with these array methods whether they mutate the existing array or whether what they return is a brand new array, leaving the original array intact. And map does return a new array. That's correct. And then, yeah, for each performs a function using every value in the array. To build an app from scratch, you must first create the universe. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure which one is more efficient. Um, you definitely need to think about that at scale.
Anaya_sucks just followed.
Oh, thank you for the follow, Anayar. We should just use for each so it doesn't go extinct. Hey, sure. You want to save the species, you go ahead. I do find myself using map most of the time, but at scale, it could be that it's not always the most performant choice, certainly. All right, so we've got our card title, and now we're going to set up our table. So tables may not be something that you use all that often, but there is a table tag. And we can also give it some bootstrap styling, which is nice. We don't have to, figure that out ourselves. We can just say table, bordered, and that'll give it some nice borders around the table. And then inside of the table, we just need to declare some headers and then the rows, essentially. Headers, rows, and that's all we really need. And headers in this case are like the column headers. So inside of our table, then we can just do t head, and then that's where we put our headers. Gonna work. So it's a little weird to think about while you're building it, but you'll see, how it looks once we build it out. It'll make more sense. So inside of our header tags, we put all of our headers. I think I need 1, 2 of those. Yep. And the scope of that header is just going to be the column.
Saifa Shraf Helmi2 just followed.
Thank you, Saif. Thank you for the follow. So the scope is just going to be a single column, and this header is going to be for our AQI range. And then the other one is just going to be the level of health concern. Okay, there we go. That's our headers. So now if we save that, it should show up here. Oh, I'm not calling the component yet, so it won't show up yet. That's all right. And once we've done the headers, then we just set up another tag here for tBody. And inside the body is where we actually put our data. So this is actually where we're going to do our map. So we're going to map, we're going to loop through each of the values in our array and slap the tags on them. Super easy to do. But it can be a great time saver rather than doing these things manually, right? So we take our levels array and we just do levels.map. I love array methods. They're so nice. And then inside of there, let's see, I'm going to type this out first. Level. We're taking the items that are in there and we're looping through each index in the array. Okay, there we go. So inside of here, we're grabbing the range, the level, those are the values that we're going to put in the tags, and then the index is what's going to tell React what row we're currently on. So React is a little bit different than vanilla JavaScript in that it needs to know whenever we're looping through something like a list or a table, it needs to assign a unique index to each value. Now, normally we wouldn't use index for a unique identifier necessarily, but in this case, since our table isn't going to change, it should be fine. But in generally, what you want to do is for a key, and this is what we call a key. For any kind of iterative thing like a list or a table, React requires a key for each value. Um, so, for example, if you were hitting MongoDB and returning a list of items, you would want to use the unique MongoDB index that you're getting back for each of those items, because that's a truly unique, immutable key. Now, the word immutable might not be familiar, but what it essentially means is that it can't change. So, if you ever see the word immutable, that means it can't change. And I only say that word because it's what it often appears in like documentation and stuff like that. So you should probably be able to identify that word when you see it. It just means it's a value that's not going to change. Um, so it's an unchangeable value. And so index is generally a bad choice because index values for an item in an array could change, right? You could add an item to the array. The array could be sorted differently. And so the index values are going to change. And so, really, using index value for a key in React is kind of a last resort. But in this case, I know for a fact this table is always going to be static. We're never updating it. There's no way to update it aside from like manually editing this array. It's never going to be changed programmatically. So I'm not really concerned about this. This is more to just fulfill the requirement that React has that every table and list and thing like that is going to need a unique key value for each item in it. Okay. So I hope that makes sense, or at least at the very least, you can remember that if you're creating something like a list or a table in React, you will get there's a potential you could get an error or a warning saying that React needs a key value for this item, um, and you might not know what that is, but just remember that oh yeah, that's because React is a little different than JavaScript. It needs to assign specific keys to every item in this list or this table. Yeah, and Dr. Moto says, I read that using a package to generate a unique ID is like a middle ground between DB IDs and using indices. Exactly. And I've actually done that before on stream. We have used a specific package to generate unique IDs for a list when we built an app a while back. I don't even remember what app it was. But yeah, we weren't using a database backend and we didn't want to use indices, so we just installed a package to generate some IDs for us. Pretty easy to do. There's lots of packages out there that can do it for you. But if you're hitting a database, your own database, you should just use whatever IDs your database is using, if possible. So anyway, in this case, it doesn't really matter, but it's something to be aware of. That React is a little stricter than JavaScript when we're talking about lists and tables and that kind of thing. All right, let's keep going. So around each item that we're looping through here, I want to create a row. Now you'll notice, so tr, and when I create this row, I have to specify my key. That's not something you have to do in JavaScript, but React, that's something that React needs. Because if it didn't have the key, and the order of the array changed, or whatever the order of the source data changed, it wouldn't know which items to update and which items to leave alone. So that's why keys are required. All right, and then inside of our two, essentially inside of our two cells in the row, we want to have our range. I forget what TD stands for. What does TD stand for? I just think of it as cells, like like if I was in an Excel spreadsheet. What does TD mean? Does anybody? I honestly don't remember. It's not a quiz. All right, we'll save that. Table data. Aha. Yes. Thank you, Saif and Bob. Dr. Moto says, I did KY, but for some reason, a table I populated from a PGDB wouldn't generate unique keys. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, not every table is going to have unique identifiers. That's not always true. Uh, it's great when they do, but sometimes you just have to build your own. Speaking as a database developer, not every table is always going to be as clean as you want.
Ellie Hope just followed.
Thank you for the follow, Ellie. All right. So I think that finishes out this component. Now all we need to do is just reference it in our app.js, and I think we're done. All right, so we can just do, I'm going to put it.
Greenish Pepper just followed.
Greenish Pepper, thank you for the follow. So I'm going to put it below my conditional statement here, below my short circuit statement here, because I always want, like, I want the air quality table to display on load. So before we even get anything back from the API, I want to be able to see that air quality table. So I'm putting that outside of our conditional here. Just going to drop that there and see if it'll, it's not giving me the thing to import it. That's all right. Import air quality, maybe. Oh, once again, I forgot to do the export. Y'all, I'm going to need like a, I don't know, a channel points reward or something so y'all can call me out when I forget to do an export. Jeepers. All right. That's why I wouldn't import it, because I forgot to export it every single time. I need a. I'm gonna see if I can remember to build a channel point reward for that. Criminy. Yeah, Dr. Moto says, can't you do the export when you declare the function? Yeah, like a smart person would do that, but that's not me. Yes, an intelligent, forward-thinking person would declare the function and then also immediately write the export statement. But yeah, not myself. All right. Okay, now the import works. Dan says, mine will just remember every time you miss an export, someone in chat goes off and pays to enter a software boot camp. No, don't do that. Oh, Dr. Moto says, well, I mean, you could do the export. Yeah, I could do the export as part of the declare statement. Yes, I could do that. And we have done that in some previous apps. We've done just the export and you just wrap the whole thing in an export. And that's absolutely a valid way to do it. Yep, absolutely. I like to practice writing them other ways though, just so that I know how to do it. And I struggle with this way because I can't remember it. All right, so now we can see that our oh, and yes, so our table is there, and our headers are there, right? But why don't I have any content? What did I do wrong here? See if you can spot it. I'm referencing the component. We can see the table title, the card, the table title, the table headers are being displayed, but there's no content. Why? What did I do wrong? I did the export. The export is working because I was able to call the function and display it. Good guess, though. That's something I have missed many times. So that's a very reasonable guess. I did the import. So import is here because it's able to display it, right? So I did the import. That's fine. It's there. But what did I miss when I referenced the component itself? So let's take another look at it here. So my air quality levels table is taking in levels information. Okay, hang on. Go back here. It should be mapping through it. I was actually thinking it was taking in props, and it's actually not. It's just taking in this static object. So I thought I knew it was wrong, but I don't. But that's all right. We'll figure it out together. All right, range, level, index, net. It's mapping through each of them. Any console errors? That's a great thing to check. We should check that. Ooh, I'm getting a console error. What is it? All right, let me scroll over so y'all can see it. Console error, baby. Okay, TH cannot appear as a child of T head. Okay, so I think I have my tags mixed up. Yes. So that was a great suggestion, Greenish Pepper. Let's figure out where I've mixed up my tags. It's very easy to do when you're building a table. Tables are hard, which is why I like the fact that React can loop through them so easily and just build them on the fly. That's what I like. I wish I was high on pot noose. Best key and peel sketch, absolutely. So I think I just have body. Okay.
Friend meal just followed.
So th cannot appear as a child of. Oh! I know what I did. I missed a tag. So what happened is that the headers themselves have to be inside of a row. So the headers themselves need to be inside of a row. Tables are so confusing in HTML. The headers themselves need to be inside of a row, and then we can put the rows inside of that. Okay, so tr. Let me see, I got that. Tr and then th, open close, th, open close, tr, okay, go, t-body. All right, so it looks different now. It's not quite working yet. Needs to be in tr, yes. So I fixed that. Let me reload this. Okay, so still not looking quite right. That's all right. No issues this time. That's good. So no errors in the console now. And I'm full disclosure. I'm looking at the finished code on my other screen to see where I screwed up. Haven't found it yet, but that's part of the challenge. Okay, tr cheats McGeets. Hey, you can look at the finished code too if you want. It's right. Moobot just posted it in chat. Yeah, there's no console errors anymore. No console errors. Everything looks clean. Oh, did I do a bracket or oh yes, you got it. Go you. You are absolutely correct. I did a bracket instead of a parenthesis. And that's why it didn't work. Hey! Whoop! Arwen, good catch. Arwen found it first, but other folks found it too. Yes, May's Thoughts found it as well. Good job, guys. Yep. Using the wrong, parentheses versus brackets. Yep, 100%. Yay, we did it. Okay, give me a city. Let's double check and make sure everything's working right, and then I'll do a final push to the working repo. You're all good, May's Thoughts. We didn't spend too long, and we only spent a couple minutes. No worries, Greenish Pepper. Thanks for popping in and solving stuff. And yeah, good to see you. All right, somebody give me another city. Do a couple more tests, and then we'll wrap it up. Madrid. Ooh, that's a good one. Yay! Good air quality today, Madrid. All right, we'll do. I think I already did Detroit. Okay, Detroit's having a hard time today. How about Bangor, Maine? I just like saying Bangor. All right. Thank you, Mard Lopez.
Mudla piece just followed.
Buenos Aires. Good one. Buenos Aires. There we go. Oh, ouchie. Okay, so I think this one just couldn't get an AQI. There was none that came back. So it put it in hazardous. Now, you might want to tweak that logic a little bit to say if there is no value return, that the default should be not this, because that looks bad, right? But really, there was no AQI returned. Hey, dude in basement should fake every third search. Hey, if you want to. Bangor, I hardly know. Yeah. That's where Stephen King lives, right?
Imafoy just
Thank
followed.
you for following Mafoy. But yes, respect consent. Get to know people first. Oh, Basra? Sure. Ooh. Ah, no result returned. Now that doesn't necessarily mean that it doesn't exist in the API. It could be labeled something different. The city search is a little janky that way. There may be, if there's another city that's nearby Basra, um, that they may have a weather station as well. Mason says my OCD yells, "Format the document prettier." Yeah, I don't use prettier. Again, because I'm trying to get better doing things manually. But yes, it could be prettier certainly. Tirana. Ooh, this is getting cool. We're getting exotic here. Tirana. Where is Tirana? I'm curious. Nope, no result. Tirana. Okay. Basra. Basrah. Aw. Nope. Albania. There's got to be one for that. Okay. Oh. Oh, that seems like a bit of a mismatch. I assume you didn't mean Albany County in New York. That doesn't seem correct. Let's see what we're getting back from the API on that one, because I'm not doing a fragment search on this. It should be returning exact matches, so that's a little confusing. All right, what are we getting back here? It should be in the console. Oh, I see what you mean. Tirana is in Albania. Okay, yeah. So okay, I guess it decided that this was close enough. We're getting back. That's funny. Okay, so Tirana is in Albania. The more you know. I learned something today. Thank you for sharing that. I always like it when I learn something at the end of a stream. I guess yeah, Dr. Moto, I guess there must be some kind of fuzzy search going on. Although that's not, I don't know, that's funny to me. There was no indication of that in the API documentation that I read, but I mean, that doesn't mean it's not happening. Put in Canada. All right. The city of Canada. Let's do it. Oh, it chose Quebec. So maybe can't see that very well. I'll move it over here. We'll switch sides here. So it chose Quebec. Secteur du Parc. I can't pronounce that. I'm sorry. I cannot say things with a French accent like at all. I'm not even going to try. Try Yekaterinburg. All right. No. Let's see. Do Kyoto works? Yeah. Constantinople.
Baby doll
Was
underscore smiles
Istanbul,
just
not
followed.
Constantinople. Long time gone. Yeah, it returned Istanbul. Oh, okay. All right. There's something going on there behind the scenes. I don't know how that search is working. Interesting. So it's a pretty sophisticated API. I mean, all things considered. Um, and you know, I would what I would really like is for you guys to little Easter egg maybe I don't know. I'm going to do a push here. Um, Git push. All right. So now both repos should be in completed status. Um, and what I would love is if some of you guys took this and decided to make it do more, right, have more functionality, because what you get, the data that you get back from the API, the raw data itself, um, there's a lot going on there, right? We looked at it before. um, it's it's big. You get a lot of stuff. You get, I especially really like the forecast feature. So you get like a 1 2 like a 6-day forecast. um,
Sysop underscore Digo just followed.
Thank you, Sysop. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, and it gives you latitude and longitude coordinates. It gives you information about like the specific station that recorded it. It gives you daily forecasts. It gives you specific, very granular values for every single pollutant. So you get so much data here, and if you wanted to, you could drill down into this and do all sorts of things. Graphs, projections, whatever you want. Dr. Moto says it gives you lat and long coordinates. You could try to find the nearest city. Yeah, and actually, I think they even give some there. So you can, a different way that you can interact with the API is giving it latitude and longitude. So if you had like a map selector on your page for your app, if you had like a map selector that could read latitude and longitude coordinates, and you click, user clicks on them on the map, um, you can pass those coordinates to the API, and it will return the nearest station. So that's another way you could interact with this. One, if we go back to the documentation, um, you can see all the different ways that you can talk to this API and get information from it. And they give you a bunch of test queries and what those requests are supposed to look like. So there's a bunch of different ways you can work with this API. And also, um, on the, let's see, on the API page itself, they even give you some pre-built widgets. So if you want to grab like a widget and just drop that on your web page, you can use their widget API or their map tile API, which shows you, values. So there's even different specific APIs you can talk to as well. You don't have to just use the straight up JSON API. So there's a lot you can do with this, and it pretty much has unlimited requests. Oh, baby doll! Thank you so
Baby
much.
doll underscore smiles just subscribed.
Wow, thank you for the sub. I really appreciate it. That's amazing. Thank you so much. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream enough to subscribe. Wow, thank you. I really appreciate it. So yeah, if you want to, there's a lot you can do with this. That's kind of why I decided to use it, because I thought it was a cool API. I,
IT professional just followed.
IT professional. I like that. That's good. Thank you for the follow. Oh, thank you, Ted. I'm glad you liking the stream. Feel free to also please check out my archived content, some of my older content on my YouTube channel. I don't monetize my YouTube channel, so you won't ever have to worry about ads. Um, it's completely unmonetized. Do exclamation point YouTube in chat if you want to get access to my entire archive ad free. I think that's better than Twitch just puts ads everywhere. But if you watch it on YouTube, no ads for you. Baby Doll Smile says, I'm new to developing and we just covered APIs. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome, Baby Doll. Yeah. Um, have fun with this one. It's a great one. Baby doll, I also have several other projects on my YouTube channel where we work with APIs. I would suggest, I have another project called Doggo Generator, Doggo, like cute name for dogs. Doggo Generator. We work with an API there. Also, Star Trek API. I have a project where we built our own Star Trek API. Um, and I'm thinking about some other ones. If anybody else is familiar with my content and they have some other suggestions of uh, VODs where we interface with like an existing API, feel free to toss them out. But I think Doggo Generator is probably my most popular one because it's a really fun project. Um, but yeah, please enjoy. Dan can code. Thank you for the sub. I don't know why it didn't pop up here, but Dan, I see it. Let me pin that message. I'm gonna pin that. Thank you so much, Dan. My alerts are being stupid. You subscribe with Prime. Thank you. Prime is the best way to subscribe because it doesn't cost you anything. Oh, there it goes. It finally worked. Okay. Just took a hot minute.
Dan can code just subscribed with Prime.
Thank you, Dan.
Subbing to give clear money to create a sense of awkwardness.
I forgot that the voice also reads out the sub message. That's great. Thank you for the awkwardness, Dan. That's great. Oh, and Bridge above, thank you for the sub as well. Wow. We'll see if that message comes through like 30 seconds later or not. If it doesn't, I'm going to pin your sub at the top of the I'm going to pin your sub at the top of the chat just like I did for Dan. See if it comes through or if my alerts are being slow. But I see your sub, Bridge above. Thank you so much. Dr. Mona says Miss Claire going to buy another yacht with these Prime subs. Maybe like one of those little like plastic boats for like my bathtub. Girl with box, what's up? Wow, we got another raid. Okay, Bridge above, I'm pinning your message. It doesn't look like it's going to show up, but okay, I just pinned it to the top of chat. Hey, girl with box, good to see you.
Girl with box just rated with 12 viewers.
Hey, how's it going, girl with box? Hey, Faffin, good to see you. We just finished building a cool app. Where is it? Here we go. It checks air quality in your city, um, returns information about whatever the primary pollutant is, and gives you information about air quality levels. So, with all the Canadian wildfires happening in the last week or so, I thought it prudent to help folks build a nice, easy to use air quality widget. Yeah, we just finished. Yeah, but you can catch the VOD. And also the finished repo. If you just want to look at the code repo, um, you can do exclamation point project in chat, and just feel free. That's why I put it out there. It's free for folks to use. If you want to build something like this, or take this and make it better, then please do so. Exclamation point project. Here, I'll. Oh, there we go. Yes, grab that code, girl with box. Grab that code, and do with it what you will. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's just above there. Baby doll smiles. Moobot just posted it in the message above yours, so you should be able to grab it there. Also, it's posting in chat every few minutes, so you should be able to grab it there too. Yeah, but we just finished doing this. It's a very fun app. So if we look at something like New York, we'll see that we get a color change there because they have a higher air quality index, and we get information about a different type of pollutant that is currently in the air there, which is from the wildfire smoke from the Canadian wildfires. Yes. I got the black lung pop. Yes, Zoolander, good one. My chat is just all in with the movie references today, so I appreciate that. If anybody, if any of you raiders want to throw out a city, um, feel free to hit me with one. We'll see if it comes back. Girl with Bugs, it hit 400. My goodness, are you in like the New York area? I mean, you don't have to tell me if you don't want to, but I'm just curious. You must be on the eastern coast somewhere. Whew. References are off the chain. Fort. Okay, we got a couple. We got a couple of requests here. All right, Fort McMurray. Oh, I spelled it wrong. Oh, there we go. It worked. So did you see the color change there? Their air quality index is a little higher. Um, so that's in Canada. Makes sense. And once again, we got that wildfire smoke coming in. Oh, you're in the New York area. Okay. Okay, Nairobi. All right, sure. Yeah, there we go. They have good air quality today at the U.S. Embassy in Kenya. Yeah. Wow. Well, Girl with Box, I hope you're able to stay inside and with some measure of air filtration because yeah, that's rough. Gorsh. Oh, Prince George. Sure, Prince. Now, I will note here that notice how when I'm typing in these cities with two names, so like Fort McMurray or Prince George. We're actually doing a little bit of cleanup behind the scenes because, like most APIs, this particular API can't handle spaces. And so we do just a little bit of cleanup. We replace any spaces with hyphens, and that allows it to be read by the API. So if you're curious, look inside the repo and you'll be able to see what we're doing. Oh, good air quality there today. Yes. And the API that we're using is really fun. It's the air quality program, and I'll put a link to that in chat. So I'll spam the link a few times there. So check that out. Super fun API. It has some built-in widgets. We were just looking at those built-in widgets like map widgets, um, you know, text widgets, and then the JSON API, which is what we're actually talking to with this particular app, which returns JSON objects. So however you want to talk to it, you can build whatever you want. Fafin says, that's near where I am. We've had pretty clear air lately. The Grand Prairie fires have slowed down. That's good. I'm glad. It's good for Canada and good for the US as well. Bemade. Oh, I'm glad you like it, Bemade. Uh, Salt Lake City. Sure. Lake City. Yep. So decent air quality from them. Now, if we look at the ranges down here, 42.
For 10 FCB just followed.
Thank you, Efray. Thank you for the follow. So we're getting pretty close to moderate there, but not quite. I mean, it's still in the okay level. Now, notice that the pollutant here is different, right? It's ozone. So is it like super hot there right now in Salt Lake City? Because it's not wildfire smoke that we're dealing with there. It's ozone. I'm glad you're able to stay inside your with box. And Constance says, "How about hell?" I think that's in Norway. I think you're right, actually. Let's see. Ah, no. I think that'd be PM25 if anything. 3 fires. Wow. Can you look up Cairo? Sure. Cairo. Oh, that's weird. I would have thought that they would have had a station. Did I spell it right? Let's do this. Maybe there's no stations in Egypt. Or what's another one? Luxor? Is that? No. Oh, doesn't like it. Sorry. Faffin says, "Do you want funny town names? Newfoundland has lots to choose from." Try heck. But May says, "Can we add live map?" Yeah, you can. The API allows you to add a map which shows current air quality for an entire area, so it puts little push pins in it. Um, and the site itself actually has like a live radar map, which I don't know if they make available via their API, but the site for the actual like organization has like a live radar, which it could be available in the API. I don't know. Shut it down. All right, but yes, anybody out there, even you raiders that just joined us, take this repo, take a look at how it's talking to the API, take a look at the API itself, and build something cool with it. If you do build something cool, all I ask is that, if you share it on Twitter or social media, just give me a credit. Say, thanks at my animal for the inspiration or whatever. That's there's no, none of my stuff is copyrighted or none of that. That's why I make it available on GitHub, because I want you guys to build stuff with it. I want you guys to take this fairly simple, you know, fairly simple app and make it better. Do stuff with it. Make it cooler. Add stuff to it. Just give me a credit if you do. Mostly because I just want to see. Like, if you tag me, then I'll get a notification on Twitter and I'll be able to go see what you built. Baffin says we have Conception Bay, Little Heart's Ease, Witless Bay. I like Witless Bay. That's a good one. Yeah, you could also add a weather API on top of it. Certainly, yeah. And so in the widgets that they have here, they actually have like that information. So you can get like temperature as part of the widget. So I could imagine you could customize the widget to basically do this. Get the air quality, pollutant over time, and then also temperature. Dr. Moda says, I have a project I wanted to share. Would that go in Leon's Discord self promo channel? Yeah, that's where I would put it. Yeah. Share the stocks if you sell it. Sure. Half my family is from Witless Bay. It might explain all. Oh my goodness. You're funny. All right. Well, I think we're going to go ahead and wrap up. Once again, exclamation point project. If you want a link to the GitHub repo, exclamation point YouTube. If you want a link to my YouTube channel, which is ad free, and also exclamation point Leon, exclamation point Leon. If you want to learn more about how I learned to do this stuff, um, and the reason why I like to teach about it now. Uh, I didn't just decide to do it on my own. I went through the 100 Devs program, which is free. There's a wonderful Discord. And so if you're curious about learning how to do this stuff, you absolutely can do it. You don't need a CS degree or anything like that. You too can learn how to build cool, fun stuff in a fun environment with other folks who are in the same boat as you. I'm glad you learned a lot. That's awesome. That's the hope. All right. Well, let's find somebody to raid. Unless anybody else has any other questions, I'm always happy to answer questions at the end of stream. Um, always, I'm always open to questions about stuff. Doesn't have to be about the project. Could be about other things. Happy to answer questions. Um, while I kind of simultaneously look for someone that we can raid. If anybody has any raid suggestions, also feel free to let me know. Curtis says, I haven't touched React yet. I've learned quite a lot today. Oh, that's good. Yeah, React can be scary. React can be scary if you've never used it before. And so I think it's awesome if you can get some exposure to projects like this, where you're like, oh yeah, you might not be able to build stuff yet, but you're starting to think, okay, that makes sense. I've seen that before. Okay, yeah, I remember that word, right? I remember state. I remember the word component. I remember what a component looks like. I remember that I have to export it, that I have to import it, and so that'll make it easier when you do decide to go into React, because you already have been exposed to some of the concepts. Tedger says, "Oh, are we doing React next?" Oh, we already did. So today was React. That's what we did. We just built that whole thing in React. Yeah, you didn't even notice, right? Because it looked like something you already were familiar with, right? Oh, James Pro, thank you. Yeah, see, it was so similar to JavaScript, you didn't even notice. You're funny. Actually, though. Right? It's not that big of a deal. It's not that different than what you're already doing. If you know JavaScript, you can learn React. It's all good. It's all there. It's so even the official React docs are like, React is not a different language. It's just some additional stuff on top of JavaScript. So it just adds stuff. Okay. So, not many people. We're getting done a little bit later than normal, so there's not many folks online right now. That I already. Yeah, don't be terrified of it. You can do it absolutely. If you want to learn React, I have a whole series where we go through React from start to finish, from zero to hero, with React on my YouTube channel. It's all the parts are labeled one through whatever. Parts 1 through 7 are on my YouTube channel. I'm going to be uploading the last part and a fun project that we did. I'm going to be uploading those this week when I remember to do it. Um, but the majority of it is already on the YouTube channel. The rest will be coming soon. I just need to get them over there. So yeah, feel free to jump into that. It's a very beginner friendly, slow paced introduction to React if that's something that you might be interested in. Doesn't look like there's many raid targets online right now. If anybody has suggestions on someone they want to raid, preferably in the software and game dev space, I would be open to that, to taking a look at them. Um, but Maid says, is styling on React different? Uh, so React isn't really like a, a styling. I don't know, it's not really built for styling. It's more built for like organizing components, so you can pair it with whatever kind of styling you want. Like you could use it with CSS, you could use it with Tailwind. Today we built this app, we styled it with Bootstrap. But whatever your preferences for styling, you can use that with React. Some of it might be like you might apply it slightly differently, but it's still going to be the same stuff you're familiar with for the most part. Dr. Moda says, what's next week? I don't know. I never know that far ahead. I do not plan a full week in advance. Absolutely not. Sometimes I'll have a little inkling, but I'll be honest, this week I don't. I don't schedule my stuff 7 days out in advance. Usually I'll think about it during the week and I'll come up with an idea and then I'll implement that idea in time for my next stream. Oh, thank you, Dion. Thank you. I'm always just happy to see when folks are able to leverage the stuff that we've covered here on stream to help them, right? Whatever way that is, whether it helps them build their project or helps them in an interview or I don't know, helps them get a raise at their current job. I don't care. As long as it helps them, right? Like that's the point. Oh, thank you, Fafin. Hey, Ted, I'm just glad I explained it well enough that you didn't even notice it was React. That makes me feel good. Acorn 1010. Okay. Yeah, Team Bash is good as well. We've rated them recently though, so I like to kind of mix it up. Acorn 1010. Look them up. Oh yeah, they're doing software game dev. That's rad. Dan says React almost gives you too much freedom. Yeah, it depends on what type of restrictions you want, right? A couple weeks ago, we built an app with React and TypeScript, which TypeScript kind of helps lock down some of JavaScript's wildness. So it depends. If you're looking for a more structured experience, you can pair React with TypeScript to kind of add some structure and restrictions to what you can do. React Native, yeah. Haven't really branched into the mobile development space like at all. It could be something I could consider. I don't know. I'll think about it. No worries, Bob. I haven't done anything with T3 either, James. Yeah, yeah. There's all sorts of ways we could directions we could go, right? Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, I think Acorn will definitely be a good person to check out. Looks like they're actually, and it looks like they're doing some coding right now. Blaine, oh hi. Let's see what is it. Blaine says hi. A SQL similar to coding. Yes. So SQL is another sort of language. SQL is a language that's built to talk to databases. So if you're familiar with databases, that's basically where you can just store a bunch of data, right? Like we're talking, millions and billions of rows of data. Generally, any application that you interact with is going to have back end storage of some kind, right? And so there's different types of databases out there. You might be familiar with document-based databases such as MongoDB, but there's another type of database called a relational database, which is basically like the world's largest Excel spreadsheets. So they work just like the tables that we built for our app today. They're table based, and so SQL or SQL, structured query language, is a language that is made to interact with that type of database. It's a very old language, a very popular language, and it's what I do in my day job. So that's what I get paid to do. Is I'm a senior SQL developer for a university in the United States. And so that's what I do in my day job. And then for fun, when I'm not doing that, I do web development because I can, build something that's different than what I do at work. And so that's very refreshing. But yeah, so I don't get paid to do any web dev. SQL is my day job, and it's just another type of language. Um, it's a very useful language to know. Hint, hint. If you're ever interacting with databases in any way, um, it's a really, really good language to know just the basics of it. If you're curious about SQL, what it is, what it's for, how it works, you can go to my YouTube channel and just do a search in my channel for SQL. And I have a couple of videos on my channel just introducing folks to SQL, getting you some basic practice with SQL, just a very basic introduction. And I think you'll find it's pretty easy to pick up the basics. Oh, that's awesome, Fafin. Yeah, we'll read them. Oh, thank you, Dan. Yeah, like I say, I mean, I haven't really gone into the mobile space at all. I've been focusing mostly on like web-based stuff. Um, but hey, I'll add it to the list certainly. Fafin says mine has forgotten more SQL than I know, but I only know that left join is best join. Yeah, SQL is a language that it's easy to learn and hard to master, right? Like with most languages, but SQL is exceptionally easy to pick up the basics, and generally the basics are all you're going to need, and unless you go into actually like be a SQL developer, um, in any other or any other role, like if you know the basics of SQL, you will be a rock star. All right. Any other questions? I'm happy to answer. Faffin says, I know it's pronounced squeal. I prefer to pronounce it squirrel. Thank you very much. But yeah, I really do like being a SQL developer. It's fun. But it's also fun to learn other languages too, which is why I do this sort of thing. I recall a QR code reader that was pronounced squirry. I don't even know how to say that. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and start the raid. I hope you all have an excellent week, and I hope you all had fun today. Once again, grab the code from the repo, build something cool with it, tag me on Twitter. Um, and I can't wait to see what you make with this because I think it's a really cool API, and I'm glad we got the chance to mess around with it today and also practice some React basics. All right, so here comes the raid. We're going to go ahead and raid Acorn. Can't wait to see what they are working on today. See you all next week. Actually, wait, sorry, before y'all leave, there will be no stream next week. I apologize. I forgot. I have a family thing next week. No stream next week. Family time. But we should resume as normal the following week. So my apologies. But unless something changes, which it could, no stream next week. I will announce on Twitter and Discord if we are going to have a stream, but probably not. Yeah. Family time. Yep. Got to do it. Good times. All right. Starting the raid now. Oh, I'm sorry, but made. Well, hopefully after next weekend, then we'll be back to normal. Exactly. Summer is a good time for it. All right, starting the raid. See y'all in a couple weeks. No worries, Layla. Good to see you. Thank you, Chris. All right, raiding now. Bye bye.